Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Roxas. Hi, Pinky. You just saw her online. She's already streaming for a bit about the summer.
Understand where the subtitles.
The summer sabaton, no. Hi, Narix. Okay, let me open up this one. There. You know, last night I was talking about playing Potato, but then I forgot. I forgot. Street Fighter 6 is a thing. More punchy kicks. I'll take it. I'll take it. I will very take it, very. Also, how y'all doing? Hope y'all doing good. Let me check. There. I think I'm opened up pretty much everything. Oh no, there's one more. There we go. You know, see, the thing is, I always forget about beep beep boop boop. Maybe I need. No, I don't need. I don't need another redeem to remind me to open up beep beep boop boop mic. I don't need that. It's fine. I'm trying to not have coffee today, but I don't think it's a good idea. I am so sleepy. I am so sleepy, it's insane. Why do I decide to not have coffee today? I don't know. It's like subconsciously I feel like, oh, I was thinking that, oh, maybe having too much coffee in my system is not a good idea, since I always drink how much? 2 or 3 cups in the morning. I don't know how much caffeine there is, to be honest. I just mentioned cups. And then for yesterday I didn't drink as much. And then I don't know why today I didn't drink it at all, and now I'm starting to regret. I'm starting to regret. Now remember, stream don't start at local time 5. It is 6. You waited for an entire hour too early? Oh god. No. I'm sorry. Hi, Ion. Am I hypnotizing enough? Can I convince you guys to give shinies? Experiment with coffee, maybe you get used to no coffee. I don't think I can. I am in a terrible place. I am in an absolute terrible place currently. It's like, I don't like it. I need coffee. I'll close this for now. No, I'm just jamming. Okay. Guys, the dragon is bullying. Dragon bully. Rip. Rip. Oh, that's a cool looking character. Pinky and always okay, just couldn't 99 second date because stomach says no. Eh? Is it like stomach pain or hungry? Because I just realized these days I get hungry really easily, and I mean really easily. Like in like I didn't really change my diet at all. I pretty much eat the same thing over and over because I'm boring. No, I'm not boring. I just prefer to eat the same thing so that I don't think about where to go. So the thing is, I've been eating the same thing for the past few months, and I think it started around 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago I'm having this random, well, not random, I don't think it's random anyway, this random hunger that sets in, like severe hunger. It's not just like a little bit of hunger. Hunger that makes my stomach growl. You guys might notice that I mentioned that my stomach's growling for a bit during stream. I don't get it. I don't think that's normal, since it never really happened before, but now, like, these days that's been happening. I didn't use as, I don't know if I'm using more energy or some shit, I don't know. Maybe being used to no coffee in beneficial times instead of hard times then. Maybe, but I need coffee. Stomach pain, but you also needed to be awake to avoid negative event. Negative event? But still, all of that sounds rough. Stomach is weird. But then again, we need stomach to do all sorts of things, so yeah, it's there. It's there. Today, who do we play? Today I kinda want to play Mersa again. As much as I want to play Zangief, and I do want to play Zangief, maybe a little switch around from time to time, I guess. Just like play this, play that. Although I do need to disable some of the redeems here because, well, I'm gonna be reverting myself to 2D. SCM condition is a bit odd, mate. Things maybe a doctor visit if it don't go away. Feels that way. Big muscle one. Maybe I like muscular character, but not like hyper muscular, like those I've seen on Twitter. Those ones scares me away. A more makes sense amount of muscle is what I like. A buff woman, even better. Okay, let me disable some redeems real quick. With everything going on, how's the tooth? The tooth is surprisingly going okay. I haven't done the root canal yet because it's too expensive. I'm still saving up for it. And I don't know, but I do have a sneaking suspicion that today's stream might be suspended halfway because today is Sunday and my parents are not working today, so they might just barge into my room and tell me to go help them. I don't know. I hope this doesn't happen. I'm scared. I am terrified. It's not like I don't want to help them. Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot to mention that this morning was a little rough for me, but I'm okay. I'm okay. Maybe I shouldn't mention that. It's okay. I'm okay. No, honest, I'm okay. Just a little family helping stuff. Screw money obstacles. I want to, but I cannot. Money obstacle is a real thing. I have to think about it. Still sounds like streaming is not seen as anything important. They just keep thinking that the things that I do is just never important and I can just stop whenever I can. This morning they told me to like just cancel my stream and just go help them instead. It's the first time I actually said no to themselves and I just like rushed to my room. A first time no, I guess. Because it's just a little sad. Like I already have something planned. Like something, you know. It's not like a big thing, but something planned for a stream, you know. Something planned as in I'm gonna play some Shit Fighter 6 instead of Brotato. I was seriously considering playing Brotato. But like, why play Brotato when I can play Street Fighter 6, right? So yeah, mini plan, I guess. And then they just call off the stream. We need help. It's like, I know you need help, but please, I have my own thing to do. I know this is not a lot of like income generation, but it's more like being here to let people know about my presence, I guess. I don't know. even to a point where they keep downplaying my thing, I start to feel like maybe the things I'm doing is not important. It's already at that point. I'm scared. Also, give me a second. Let me join this Discord chat so that I can reboot myself to 2D. This work? Oh, it's working now. You know what? Actually, no. I'm not even gonna use Discord this time. I have VO whatever. VidoTube. The next 2D thing. I don't know if it actually uses a little more resources. I hope not. Let me see. Okay, there we go. I opened up. I don't know if this actually works. Let me see. Sorry, let me prepare a little bit of something real quick. Just a little bit of something. I think it's this one. There. And put it down. And this should work, I think. Maybe a little too big, question mark. Oh, there's something behind. Hey, look, it's the bold that's hiding. This VidoTube, I think, is not bad. It actually has the microphone sensitivity, so it makes sense when I speak. There. All shall be camera covered. If it happened during online class, yeah, it's sad, right? It's sad. Imagine being in class and parent keeps walking and ask you when you're finally done with school day over and over just to help them. God, God, been there, still there, still there. Right. So now I have become 2D. I'm just gonna close this one. There goes the bold. No more bold. Actually, nah, the bold is still here. But this one I might need to, like... Here. Alright. It has a little more motion, I believe. Yeah, it has a little more motion when I talk. Instead of just like a bouncy image. Entire point of the paragraph was to say that me also started feeling bad for attending class, which as a reminder is required by law. Yeah. Although mine is not required by law by all means, but yeah. They are actually making me downplay my own thing and it actually hurts my soul. It's kind of hurting my soul. Like, I feel... Is this a vent stream? I guess this might be a vent stream, I'm sorry. This might be this just might be a early vent, it's fine. But like... It's getting a little tough, to be honest. Like, it is getting a little hard for me to continue doing this because they just keep downplaying it. And every time I do this, I just feel more guilty than ever. And it sucks. It truly does. Right? It truly does suck big time. Right? It does suck big time. It's a thing that I've been working on. I know, although, okay, for real, right? Let's have a real talk, right? For real, I've been doing this for 2 years, and the growth here that I've seen is by all means not the best. But if I were to talk about, is this good for me and myself in terms of health quality, I would say, yeah, it helped me through a lot of things, to be honest. Not only just like My mental health has improved dramatically just by me being here and doing this. It totally does. Now I don't know what my brain will be thinking if I'm not here today. Right, I have no idea. But that's the thing that I'd rather not think about. Yeah. And although, okay, another point I want to say is it's good for me and me alone, right? Mental health wise and just health in general, it's pretty good, right? But financial situation, however, is not the best, right? Not the best. I wouldn't say it's terrible, but it's certainly not the best because yeah, the earnings here is not as good, which is also why that I've been stressing myself to do a little bit more art than usual. But at the same time, it's kind of hard for me to do art as well because like 3D, I love doing 3D stuff. I do. I don't particularly love doing 2D arts. Although I know I've been like trying to avoid doing 2D art for a long time, but it's not intentional, I assure you. I want to force myself to do it, I do. And then I hurt my wrist. Well, that's besides the point, right? That's besides the point. So I don't really like doing 2D art. And then I've been seeing that people are, you know, there are artists out there who's making I wouldn't say good. I don't know if I can say good amount of money that is self-sustainable, because I don't know if their personal life is like, are they working a second job or are they working something else other than doing art, right? I get that. People work multiple jobs, right? People work multiple jobs. I do, but I wouldn't count the things I'm doing right now as a job. I think this is my own, I don't know how to say this, hobby? Can I say this as hobby? I don't know. But yeah, not the best in terms of financial situation. And the other jobs I'm working is like just a grocery store clerk, which is again not the best because I'm only working like 2 days a week, right? Only 2 days a week. I've been blessed by a boss that allows me to work 2 days a week and pays me for it. They pay me. They pay me hourly rate, right? And I think that's okay, right? I think that's okay because 2 days a week, counting as hourly rate is, it's not bad. It's better than nothing, you know. It's totally better than nothing. So yeah, this is my current situation, and I think it's just a little, just a little rough on the edges, to be honest. Not the best. Stupid money, stupid wrist injury, good cobbled. Yeah, stupid money, but I need money though. It's required by doing what you love with your life, law. But man, doing what I love doesn't give me enough financial situation to counter to like tackle the things I need. Like even sometimes paying for medical bill is a little tough, to be honest, right? To be honest, but I'm still holding on, and plus the insurance monthly payment is also a little tough. As for job, it seems to depend. Heard from someone that they couldn't live doing a normal job but streaming fine. Others somehow do both all week. Stupid money. We just gonna agree stupid money, right? Stupid money is the thing now. Thanks, Ion. Sorry for me suddenly venting like this. I know it's a little unfair to y'all here. No, we stream to have good vibes, but somehow I'm doing this, so oops. Sorry. I feel okay. So the thing, I guess the thing I want to mention as well is I want to make this work because of the currency exchange rate. So I believe you guys know that ringgit or Malaysian dollar, Malaysian ringgit, right? Malaysian ringgit. So the Malaysian money is not big, right? And the money that I earn here is USD. Malaysia very boleh lah. Hey, Singapore money also big, okay? Singapore dollar is like what? Times 3.4 or something? It's big. I'm getting paid in dollars here. So, which is why I keep thinking that this might work in my favor if I do make this work. Wait, Singapore is now bigger than Australian dollar. Oh, yo! No wonder there's so many people in KL start to work in Singapore. In Johor. In Johor, they start to work in Singapore. Oh, for a few years already, yeah. I got mine, but Australian dollar fell. Probably something happened. So yeah, since I get paid in US dollars, and US dollar is like times 4, I believe. Let me double check. We can check the conversion rate real quick. We can check 1 USD to MYR. Yeah, it's 4.5? Malaysian dollar dropped again? Fuck. Excuse me, Malaysian dollar just keeps dropping. It never gets up. It never gets up. It used to be 4.3, I believe, last time I checked, and now it's 4.5. Although to be fair, last time I checked is like months ago. But still, fucking tak boleh dah macam ni. Malaysia tak boleh sudah. Malaysia tak boleh sudah, tolong oh. But yeah, so this is another thing, right? Malaysian dollar drop, I get paid in US dollar. I know that Twitch does take, I think Twitch takes a lot of percentage of money since I use PayPal, I think, and also like there's this tax thing that I get taxed for. So I don't get paid too much, right? They'll take away, I don't remember how much, but I think it's somewhere around 12? God, I might need to reread the text invoice. Shit. I forgot. But yeah, they take a portion of my money before sending it, before paying me as a streamer from the Twitch platform. Still, being paid in USD is quite a advantage, right? So yeah, that's the reason I just keep thinking that this will work, this might work, this just might work. Why is it hard? This sort of thing, we didn't know what's happening, being paid in foreign currency. Well, Twitch is Amazon, and I think Amazon is like a very US thing, I think. I never heard people use Amazon here. People here, online shopping platform wise, people use Shopee, Lazada. These two is like the most dominant one in terms of like online shopping platform. I don't hear anyone use like Amazon. I even hear people use like Taobao or even at some point Alibaba. eBay is a thing as well, right? but just not Amazon at all. So I also believe this is also Amazon is very US thing. Okay, probably I might be wrong. May give money in euro, which means they already convert that first, but central currency makes sense. Yeah, the Twitch sub thing is already like localized, right? They're localized. One sub in my currency is, I believe, 8 ringgit. 8 ringgit. It used to be, okay, hear me out. It used to be about 23 or 22 ringgit per sub back then. And holy shit, I couldn't even afford a single sub back then, but now yeah, now I managed to like sub in a few channels and that feels good. Oh, that doesn't work? Still got this. Damage used to be 4.99, dropped to 3.99. Oh, yes, Cowboys is. You know, I know, we both know. It's very apparent already. I'm not even gonna pretend. Don't worry about it. Oh wait, on the punish counter is raw? Damn, plus 18? Oh, this one is 20. Okay, fine. Doesn't work. But mid screen, I believe I can just do like. Okay, it's not real. Let me try again. Is it? I have it on wake up jab. If I press it slightly earlier, then it's real. Yeah, it's real. It's real. I think it's real. If I press it slightly earlier, I have them on wake up jab. Yeah. Although maybe I shouldn't set it as like punish counter. Okay, it's wake up jabbing. Yeah, real. It's something like Chun-Li stuff. You have to drive rush into it. Oh yeah, matchmaking, I forgot. I've been here. I thought I have matchmaking open. Shit. I forgot. It's real until the reversal happens. I mean, yeah, reversal beats the throw. Even on Jury's throw loop, it beats it. The DP, yeah. Also, no, Chun-Li gets jab when she does the same. Oh, okay. You know, I didn't test it out back then, so yeah, that's true. The Lukening? I love Luke's team. So chill. Alright, first smash of the day. Ooh, what a grab. Alright. Nope. Oh, I whipped. My button always loose. Oh wait, you're reading to my jump with DI. I missed. You're classic. Why do you play modern? Oh, that's fast as fuck. The looking is Among Us Sandblast? Yeah. I forgot to play Marissa entirely. That one always wins. Oh! Nice punish. Oh, I missed my fun. Oh, I need to... Oh, footsies. Let's go, footsies. That's not even footsies. Ooh. Good check. I need to stop jamming there. Oh, Gaijin, nanti dulu. Let's go. Get punched. Give me a second. Let's go. What a punish. What for? It's Pokken tournament. Hi Gaijin. Oh, thanks for the shout out. Yeah, thanks Mats. Why you because I'm playing Pokken tournament. It's a wild mod, I know, right? Makes the game well worth. Hi Gaijin. Hi everyone. Hi WB7. Hi. Oh, I didn't release in time to check. Grab. Pokken 2 real? Oh, I can disrespect that. No. Perfect. Perfect. Damn, nice combo, dude. Holy shit, that's hard to do. I'm Marissa. I'm charging in. You didn't expect the second time, huh? They did it the first time, and I did it the second time. Hello everyone, I'm Tylra, I'm a kobold, I play a bunch of games, I love fighting games like I'm doing right now, it's great, and I do art occasionally. I thought they're gonna grab. Oh, I pressed forward. Oh, that's punishable, shit. Giving up. Going in. Bonus yours? Nope. Yay! Oh shit! That's a reaction? I don't think so. No level 3? Fair. Huh. Let's go! Let's go, Ichi! First match of the day! First match, good look, I like the look. Look is beating up Pokemon, is this considered animal cruelty? That's not it. Pokemon is being... Yeah, you know, that's true. Fantastic DI, thanks. Do you play Street Fighter 6, Gaijin? Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's a guest character in Pokken Tournament too, look at that! Just gonna flex the combo real quick. Feels good to do this combo. Never touched Street Fighter 6 after the closed plus open beta. Aww. I'm gonna play it, but it's pretty heavy on spec required for the decent gram fix. The Devo doesn't help. Yeah, I have issues with the Devo at first, but now I just on low, on potato, on absolutely everything, and it kind of works. It sometimes drops to like 58, 54. It's kind of painful, but it works, and I get to play this game. I have VSync turned on and everything. Is that, I mean, I didn't turn off VSync at first and it still impedes with performance. The game drops frames like crazy, but after disabling VSync it kind of works. Sweet god, people already have wild mods for this game. RE engine's easier to work with mods, maybe it's that, probably. And also they can, I heard from Mika is that they can extract the model from Scarlet Violet and then import it into this game. I don't know how it works exactly, but that's how I heard they get the mod to work. And Mika also is like a tail lover, so you see Garchomp's tail is like mega long. And I love that. And beta, it worked without potato gram fix. Yeah, it kinda did. Also, I didn't see while you were playing though, Gaijin. What were you playing? I missed it.
Long,
oh god. Schmicks? Oh, they know the match, okay. Grab. Oh my god, my armor didn't come out. My armor didn't come out. Good call. Okay, they know. Omega Strikers. Oh, it's a game that I never played for. I didn't play for a long time. I played for the Lizard Daddy. Nice. Cross cut. Oh. Oh. Ooh, they have the 2 times. Why are you spamming buttons? Why are you spamming buttons?
Drekar Lizard Daddy go pew pew.
Oh! Drekar, yeah, Drekar is hard. Hi Brian. What's Kobold favorite band? Imagine Dragons. I don't know who that is, but Imagine Dragons though. Oh. Oh! I missed the meaty. Oh! Let's go. Good reversal here. Gonna eat the lunch and some punchy kikis. Thank you, Gaijin, for the raid. Have good lunch. Oh, misinput. Oh! Let's go, DI. Give me the win streak. Lay down the hurt. Yeah. Very scary Cammy, I have to say. Help! Good fun. I didn't block. Ooh, that messed up with my wake up armor. Oh! Oh, they didn't get the perfect because they traded. Too bad. Huh. Oh, sure did DI. Nice shimmy. I messed up. Good call. Oh, good call, man. That was beautiful. They changed up the buttons. I pressed the wrong button. It's not down medium. Ah, good Cammy. That was really strong. Pensinia, hi. Good stuff, good stuff. How you doing? Yeah, Pokemon. This Pokemon 2 real? Very real. Also, they have a guest character. Look at this. Look at the guest character. Ooh. Oh. Wait, what? Ooh. Which Pokemon is that? Extra shiny Charizard. It really seems like DI turns useless at higher ranks for anything but counter. Yeah, true. That's why I don't use DI as much. It's kind of scary. Hi Car9, seen this mod. Mika Tylra made it on Twitter. Oh, I forgot to download the Hexorus mod. God, I forgot to download the Hexorus mod. They just released the new Hexorus mod like yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday they released Hexorus. I cannot believe it. I'm not a real fan. Once per match thing? It kinda does. Okay, after this match I'm gonna go download it.
Here comes a new challenger.
Jamie. Mika Tylra is like blessed. Blessing us with the Cobalt, sorry. Pokemon mods. Oh, that's cancelable. Shit. You gonna drink? Damn, nice. Damn, nice. Oh! Oh! Good call. A couple mod for Street Fighter when I wish. Some secrets, what's in the works next? Don't tell me! I want to make it a secret. Get bullied. I messed up. Huh. Let's go, bully! Keep it simple. Help. Garbodor? I don't know. Yeah, Koraidon is like before Hexorus. Hexorus is the newest one I haven't downloaded yet. Released yesterday, I believe. Stop testing me! What are you doing? No! Oh my god, I cannot cancel the button! No, stop. Help! Ow. Ooh, nice. Drink. Drink. Oh. Dead. Alright, GG's. GG's. Good shit, good shit. Extra small. Yeah, it's pretty cool. My favorite dragon finally in Pokken Tournament 2. I cannot believe it. Fully expecting Pokemon Mods for MK1. Need to see Hitmonlee split. Johnny Cage in half. No! Not that. I don't want to see Pokemon getting Fatality ED. No. Pokemons are loving creatures. We cannot let them split Johnny Cage in half. Okay, let me go find them out real quick. I'm sorry, those mods are not made by me. It's made by Mika Lover. Zangief, not yet, I believe. So far, there's only a few. But Mika Lover has been working on the mods, like on the daily, I believe. Alright, let me go download the mod real quick. Here, it's done by this person. Mika Lover made all the Pokemon mods. Hi, Joe. That's too bad. That's so funny. I know. I want Zangief. I've been playing Zangief like 2 days ago. Man, Zangief is fun as hell. I do love Zangief a lot. Alright, where's that mod I needed? There we go. Don't worry about the front noises. Everything is fine. I don't want to ask too much about I don't want to ask Mika too much about the mod. I don't want to like pressure him too much to like do all of these. Like Mika is already doing God's work. Like for real, Mika is already doing God's work. I don't want to pressure. I don't want to pressure. Just like keep asking. It's like, oh, what are we gonna do next? It's like, unless of course Mika asks for like suggestions. But still, I believe people are gonna suggest a lot of things already. So I'll keep mine shut. I'll just wait for mod. I'll just wait for a mod. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, mod manager, games, 356, mods, put it in, open up, mod manager. Oh yeah, I know. I know you didn't mean. It's just how I feel personally. Mika reveals like some secret for the mod during this stream. I get that. Okay, there. See, there's Cammy. There's Cammy. Chun-Li as walking way is like so good looking though. Not gonna lie. The Bowser is the guest character. Bowser is a guest character. Guile, well, we've seen Texas, right? Julie as Salazar, very hot. I love that. Number one. Ken as Coridon. I fucking hate Ken, but Coridon is very hot. Marissa is Garchomp, number one. Both good character and good Pokemon, alright? There we go. Now we got all the, well, not all the mods, right? All the mods. Machamp Zangief. I was thinking about Machamp as well, but I don't know if there's actually Machamp in Scarlet Violet. I heard they work on the mod by extracting the models in Scarlet Violet and made it work in Street Fighter 6. That's what I heard, but I don't know if I don't know how true is that, since I didn't really look into it.
Street Fighter 6.
I don't even do mods. I don't know how this works. I'm just glad there's there's Pokémon Tournament 2 here. I'm not gonna complain. Hell yeah. Gonna get what I can get, huh? Try putting Tylra model in to learn. I could try it, but I don't even know where to start. It's not as easy as Valheim, Craftopia. Oh my god. Actually, I want to punch walking weight. Mika only look for tail good. Like, yeah. Mika wants good tail Pokemon. I mean, Mika lives for tail. I fucking love tail as well. Like, holy shit. Tail is like #1 thing. Like, it's kind of funny how Mika enhances the tail for Garchomp. Look at how massive the tail is. I love. Like, how can you not love this? Like, holy shit. Massive tail covering the whole screen. Don't worry about it. Very likely they ripped the models from the games, clean out in the 3D program, then reskin it to Street Fighter amateurs. Sounds like it, yeah. Oh, that's a good insight.
Here comes a new challenger.
See, the thing is, when I play Marissa, I get Cammy a lot. I get a lot of Cammys, alright? I get a lot of Cammy. But then when I play Zangief, all I get is Ryu and Kin. Don't spin, Knuckle. Ooh, good grab. That was not Ryu. I didn't punish! Shit, I wasn't ready. I thought that's a cross-up. Oh, good call. Damn, good call. Nope. Oh. You don't need to do that, but I'll take it. Hisuian Zora was too much. Yeah, Hisuian is a little too much. Also, I just realized Zora has no tail until Mika adds it. I need to shut the fuck up. I need to focus on the game a little bit. You're gonna grab a second time, please. Damn, I wasn't ready. How can I keep messing up the meaty? Grab? Good call, nice jump. What? They messed up? Oh!
Cammy wins.
Alright, all good, all good. Shiny? This shiny? Wait, what? This shiny? I need... You could just say shiny and not present one for the kobold. Finally. Don't jump. No punish, let's go. Don't jump. Damn. I wasn't ready. It's too random. That's minus for me? Really? No, I'm airborne. I didn't punish! Don't jump. Don't even try it. Don't spin knuckle. Don't jump, don't spin knuckle.
Round 2. Fight.
You tried. DI! Oh shit, they were ready. Okay. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Restand? Alright. You want to reset or Kaiba me? Okay. Why are you still playing footsies? Okay. Wow, what a check. Damn. I cannot react to DI anymore somehow. I missed. I pressed it! God! Don't do it. I told you don't do it! I have to do it, I have to do it. Sorry man, I blocked. I blocked that. Alright, alright.
Round 1. Fight.
Huh. Best punish, let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Could have killed now. I pressed it! No! Oh, I jumped. I stood up. It messed up my timing. Oh, good call, man. Let's go. Nice. Made a comeback. Very strong Cammy. Very strong Cammy. I think might this hunt and wait, regular base alright because there's some shiny any normal ours. Oh, our same base model. Oh, shiny and normal are same base model. Oh. Is that really autocorrect? Damn, autocorrect is wild then. Don't do it. I'm blocking. Fuck. Okay, I should have blocked.
Potassium is often found in potatoes and bananas.
Good jump. No fear. Should have expected that, to be honest. What? There's a Superman punch. Shit. Hey, Rocket.
Round 2. Fight.
Bully.
Marisa wins. Round 1.
How you doing, Rocket? Is Bob there? Is Bob there? I would say hello to Bob. Oh, cross up. Damn, that was... I blocked myself with Garchomp. Garchomp is too huge. Huh, wrong button. Let's go. Mika doesn't know this matchup. Huh? Why suddenly matchup? I mean, I know Mika played this game. I mean, of course Mika plays this game. Had a feeling. Watch that head, watch that toe. Gotta be careful. Be careful with your head and toe. A bit more modding than playing lets me hurt. That's fair. Working on mods like this is not easy by all means. Modding in general is just difficult. And then when I play Zangief, everyone is suddenly Ryu or Ken. Don't jump. Oh, good call. Oh, good call, man. The grab. Don't jump. Gosh, I'm playing Unite and poking Zora in Unite. I mean, they're all in Unite. I mean Garchomp for obvious reasons. Don't sleep. Wasn't ready. Ooh, good call. Oh, it's like switches? No wonder he went for that. Not splat yet. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ah, anti-jump grab, fair enough. Oh, I'm getting schmicks. I'm in the schmick city. I'm gonna jab. Ready. Good one. I wasn't ready. I have no health. I cannot counter DI anymore. Don't jump. Let's go, come back! EG! Don't jump. Oh, don't jump. Missed my meaty. Oh, too far. I cannot cancel that move. Okay. Don't jump. They jumped. I didn't do it. I'm jumping. I'm jumping again. Good call. Oh, nice! That was great. Wasn't ready. Ready this time. Oh, good answer. No, I wasn't ready. DI? DI? I don't think they dare to DI, honestly. Oh, stand out. Play some raw footsies. Let's go, raw footsies.
Marisa wins.
Shit, that's a very strong Cammy. So many button presses. Marisa is really trying to play this being scary game. Yeah, I'm trying to implement how Marisa is supposed to be played, and I'm starting to recognize which button is like actually plus. Especially charge. This charge button is so fucking good. This fucking range. Like I could do. Sorry. It's not full screen, but still. If I delay it, it's it's close to being it. 7. And I get this damage. And then if I get a charge one, I can do this. So that's a really good going in button.
Comes a new challenger.
Muddy Muddy Sasa, uh-oh. We have a Muddy Muddy Sasa, uh-oh. I'm scared. Speaking of Unite now, I do kind of want to play back Unite. It's just my phone. I have too many games on my phone. It's hard, and especially when Roland's told me about the Dragon Arise game. You gotta block. You gotta block. Good jump. Yeah, plus I forgot. That's not the answer. Wake up DI is the answer to the BT. Oh! Nice punish. Ooh, range. Nice punish. Oh! Damn, that was beautiful. Waking up, armor. You're mine. Good job. I'm jumping. I'm dead. Good punish. Woo. I messed up. That's punishable. Oh, I'm dead. Sorry, that's minus.
Marisa wins. Round 1.
Hook up full SSD. Sorry. Ooh, good call. That was not a good call by me. Don't jump. I'm minus. Don't jump.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh yeah, I should mention I'm the right Garchomp. I'm the right Garchomp. Don't jump. I messed up. Sorry, man.
Marisa wins.
The DI nasty. Alright, let me think. I feel like my Marisa is stronger somehow. And I had a feeling that me playing Zangief 2 days ago helped me train my patience. So like my Marisa has patience, which is fucking scary, but also I know when to go in. And also the zoning with this. Not really zoning, but the spacing with this. It's around this distance. This one excels. Yeah, I guess I'm learning. It was a little painful playing Zangief online, but hey, all in all, it helps. It totally helps. This one's a little close, but they can sort of like jump over me, which is bad for Marisa. But yeah, this is like the perfect distance. So you see me like always like stand around this. HK is great. It's great. I just need to place it well. It's a little shorter than HP though. Yeah, it's a little shorter. Let's see. Okay, legs touching that one. I mean, I guess they are about the same range. Goes over and pokes? Wait, what? You mean this one goes over lows? How? I don't see it. I guess that's the thing we mentioned, only one thing for a different character for your main. Yeah. Oh god, this Wi-Fi, I didn't see it.
The new challenger.
HK goes over low. Ah, punish counter can combo. I mean, so does HP, honestly. Damn, you wild them. Good call. Wake up jab, let's go. Why are you wildin'? Tensho kicks? Tensho kyaku? Oh god, it's so fast! I'm getting footsies to death. Nice block. Oh shit, that's great. I didn't punish. Wake up champ, I can respect that. Good walk under. Let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. I was thirsty. Yay! Give me the win streak.
Marisa wins.
I watched video that showed hitboxes. Oh. Good pick up jab. Oh, good grab. Hazanchu? Oh! I deserve that, I deserve that, I deserve that. Good check. I'm checking. Woo! Good shit, that was beautiful.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Why are you checking? They know. Level 3? It's sure level 3! What are you saving bars for? Oh! Good shit, that was beautiful.
Chun-Li wins.
Oh, I'm plat 2 stars! Oh shit.
Round 1. Fight.
Damn, Chun-Li's really fast. Wrong button. Always bait DP. Always be baiting DP. Always be baiting DP. Oh. What a grab. Oh! Nice, I grabbed. Hazanchu. Nice. Deserved. Oh, fast. Fast.
Fight. Round. Fight.
That was minus. Good check. Damn, I'm whiffing too many buns. Am I dead? Combos? Reset Kaiba? Good shit. What a Seto Kaiba!
Chun-Li wins.
I'm going to play one again. Damn, that was a beautiful Chun-Li. I love it. I do wish there was a way in game to see hitbox. Honestly, I never really... I mean, I never really go so in-depth in a fighting game as to see hitboxes. I just feel like it's a little too much to me. Like, I know I love playing fighting games, and I love learning fighting games, but it is a thing where I feel like if I need to read, like I need to look up something that's very specific for a game. I don't think that's having fun anymore. But that's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. This is a very personal opinion. Take it with a grain of salt, if you will. I'm sorry. It's just how I feel about fighting games or video games in general. +7. That's sweet, sweet +7. Hi, Xavier. Oh, like hitbox more than frame data. Imagine Tekken not having both. Oh, Tekken is wild. You have to buy frame data on season 3. Everyone is like mad pissed about it. A basic fighting game shit, you want us, the Tekken player, to buy a frame data? You're gonna buy to have the privilege to see frame data? Goddamn, like, that's wild, you know, that's wild. Like every single other fighting games out there, modern fighting games, right? They always have frame data in the game built in already. And then there's Tekken 7. You want to see frame data? Well, too bad, you have to spend money. Or you'll be stuck with no fucking frame data, and you're gonna... I mean, to be fair, I never seen frame data as a very important thing in Tekken back then, until I'm about at like... Until I started playing Heihachi. Then I really look into in-depth on how Tekken 7 works. And I was even learning the Korean backdashes. And then the Weiwu. Like, the funny thing about Weiwu is that if you do the Weiwu input in Street Fighter, you will not dash. You will not dash. And you just see Marissa's next training mode in Tekken 8 is Deluxe Edition bonus. God, that's horrible. That's horrendous even. How plus is this? Oh, it's only +5. Street Fighter buffering is that, yeah. But then a forward neutral down forward motion. For Street Fighter, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? In Tekken, it's like, wow, Weiwu. In Street Fighter, what the fuck are you doing? Oh shit, that's unclean. Is this one even good? I don't see the use of this one, like, if at all. Oh! I feel like a fighting game player such as you learning about a game's frame data, like, it's like Goku training with Cammy and being taught how to move as efficiently as possible. In a way, it's, you know what? Yeah, that's kind of true. A lot less physical though. Yip SU, the game's Yip data. Go Yip! Goku is now Go Yip. Let's go. Yipsable. I love Yipbot. Why is no one playing? Gladius. Can I combo after that? Oh, it takes away the... Whoa. Wi-Fi? Zangief? I love you. Mace a bit unsure. Did you know about the parry projectile OS? What is that? OS? Operating system? Parry projectile... Oh, I don't think I know. Respect the great range. I will respect the great range. Help! Oh, it's jump grab. I should expect. Oh god. Ooh, good shit. Oh damn, were you waiting for it? Good jump, I'm dead. I'm scared. I'm scared. This gift is stronger than me. I'm the gatekeep the gift, but I cannot. This gift's too good. Nope. Snowball. Snowball. The bully. Plat 2, let's go. The bully. Whoa. Call. Don't jump. I'm plus. Good jump. Don't jump. Don't jump towards it. Help. I'm scared. You're gonna watch your toe or watch your head. Good guess. I messed up. Nope. Damn, that's rough for Keith. That's really rough for Keith. That's really rough for Keith. I have to say, I will be salty after that match. The punch ratio says the step is a great range. Yeah. That makes a surprising amount of sense given both are run on arms. Yeah. Actually, you're right. They are both arms. Grab is both arms. Punch is either one arm or two arm. When you play projectile input drive rush, if parry correctly, you drive rush. If timing is not correct, you just defend normally. Perfect parry can drive rush. So if I parry projectile just input forward, I'll I'll either get the drive rush on the perfect parry or just parry normally after parry. Something like that. It's another there's so many Cammys, like 4th or 5th Cammy. And a modern Cammy? Shit. I'm gonna get a wild Cammy, look at that. Look at that. I hate it here. He's gonna jump. Is she gonna jump? Is she gonna jump? She's gonna jump? Help! I can afford them, it's working! It's absolutely working for them! Holy shit! We got a monkey! We got an actual monkey and it's working because of Marissa! Stop! Nope. Wrong answer. Oh! Honestly, I shouldn't expect that. I messed up. Help. Wait, I haven't put level 3. Stop! Stop! I'll walk back in anti-air, you little shit! We're for monkey! Of course. I mean, yeah, I have to expect it. It's more than Cammy. It's more than Cammy. They don't take anti-air very well, I believe. Were they platinum? They have to be platinum because I'm playing ranked. There's no way that's how. What the fuck? they do that and then they got platinum? I couldn't believe it. My brain actually exploded. Imploded even. That's wild. That Cammy was platinum. No way. Unless I'm wrong, maybe I have to check back the VOD for this. Holy shit! Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna take the opportunity to talk about the YouTube a little bit. I know I haven't posted my VOD in a while. I haven't got the time to actually download the VOD and actually like just upload it and think of a title in general. I don't even have time for that shit. It's like, it's wild. But I'll try to squeeze in some time and expect some low quality title there. That Cammy was Platinum 2 with that. Platinum 2. Hey, I don't fault them. If it's working for them, go ham, you know? Just know that doesn't work for me. Thanks, Brian. Can we check your latest matches? Is your name Chow Mushi? Chow what Mushi? Nice, good call. Said blessed. I never really know how to approach Luke, to be honest. Good call. Good jump. Oh, I was ready. I'm being called out. Good jab check. Nice dash under. They're very aware. I tried. Ooh. I got thirsty, I got thirsty. I'm minus. I didn't do it. Oh, good check. My god. Perfect. You messed up. Too bad. It's a hard combo. I don't fault you. Ooh. 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 I'm getting thirsty. Oh, the neutral jump. Nasty. That was great. What a chawanmushi! That's a good one. Perfect! Oh, that was hard, that was hard. Heartbreaking. Yeah. Okay, I've been called out. No! Very scary Luke. Yeah, like I said, I never really know how to approach Luke. I think first things first, I need to anti-air Luke at least once. I don't know if it's just me, but is Luke's jump a little bit faster? Question mark? Is it? I'm not too sure. Too late. Oh. That was a Superman punch, by the way. Good call. Oh, I think that's a misinput. Huh. Good check. There we go. That was level 3! That was my level 3! Nice, that's plus for them. Nice one. Ooh. I'll do it again. No! I'm stupid! I've thrown! I'm Wilden. Ooh, nice disrespect. You will never minus if you're not a bitch. Took that too hard. Plus. Fair. Am I dead? Level 3? They tried. It was hard. Game! Superman Punch! Okay, so I noticed a lot of pattern here. So if I'm holding back and then did a Superman Punch afterwards, that tends to become a level 1 super. That was a really strong Luke. Yeah, let's try it here, let's try it here. So if I input back and input DP afterwards, more or less it will become level 1. No? How about the other side? Oh, maybe down back and then... Okay, let's say I'm doing footsies, and then Superman. Yeah, I mean... it tends to become super.
Here comes a new challenger.
Jeppe? Oh no. Why Jeppe? Help. I don't want Jeppe. Sorry, I'm drinking. I want to play face with you too. I'm sorry. I'm not boring. I'm sorry.
Give me your best shot.
I'm drinking my green tea. Uh-oh.
Round 1. Fight.
I know about that string. Good call. Huh. Grab. Should have expected that. Good call. Damn. I got way punished. You messed up.
Round 2. Fight.
Whew. Good call. Good grab. Good call. I can't even NTA well because there's so many things to look out for when I'm fighting against a JP. It's kinda sad. Damn.
Is that it then?
Yeah, I cannot even react to jumps when there's so many things to look out for. This is the tough part about going against JP, to be honest. Damn. There we go. I'll take the win. They panicked, they panicked. I realized they always anti-air really well, right? That's their strength. They anti-air really good. So I decided to not jump. Just slowly advance. Oh, can they not take that? Oh, okay, thank God. I guess I'm learning a little bit against JP here. Just a little bit. Why is that so slow? Damn, you're playing zoning now? I thought I was blocking. Ow. Correct? I don't know if Superman Punch would do, to be honest. Correct? It kinda does. Wrong button! That was unfortunate. Oh, I thought it's a J. Good use of command grab, dude. JP needs to be ready for jumping. Yeah, I mean, as a zoner, you really have to defend yourself when people are close to you. That makes sense. I'm playing a little sweaty. I'm playing a little sweaty. What? Right? Messed up? Ooh. Whoa. Okay. I could have blocked that. There's too many things to look out for. I cannot anti-air like that. I was thinking, what if overhead? You know, what if low? They never seem to do overhead as much. It's like, what if an overhead and what if a low come in? And then the command grab even. It's too many things. Okay. I messed up. They're gonna jump. Or dash in, that's respectable. Obvious. Ugh. Yeah. Too many things to look out for. Good gods.
Is that it then? Round 2.
Oh my god, I thought it's a fucking projectile. Let's cross this up. I'm dead. Woo! Too many things to look out for. This is where parry options like and drive impact can shine. And the command grab can check that. Me understand a little layer deeper now. I know they don't use a lot of command grabs, but it's all about the mind game, so I was playing a little sweaty there. Shit. But man, I really don't know. So far, I think I don't know how to approach Luke. I don't know how to approach JP. These two characters is the most that I struggle against. It's crazy. I think Luke's just pretty strong in general, probably. But JP, man, I would never stop having the feeling of JP having everything. It's a bit of a problem, I think. Although, like I said, people who plays JP will always have a problem saying that, oh, JP doesn't everything, you know? No one likes to get their character downplayed, you know what I mean? Nice, they were ready. They were very ready. They were like, it feels like they are like the OG Street Fighter player. And very solid footsies, very solid everything. Ooh, look at that. We're just playing normal buns. We're not doing any special moves or whatever. oh, they jumping? That's kind of rare. They always jump twice. Is that a pattern? Yeah, I can never jump. That's a thing, which is good to know. If they jump twice, they will neutral jump again for whatever reason. Let me catch that. Nice, they know the matchup. Combos? Level 3? Damn, look at that. Solid footsies and shit. Oh, okay. So solid. This is so solid. I don't know. Damn, this is so solid. You know what? Time to learn the hard way, man. All right, I'm gonna try to see if I can open this guy up. This is absolutely amazing. They don't jump the second time now. They know, okay. Good block. I'll do it again. Ooh. It's the first time we jumped in a while. I mean, they were jumping as well. Oh, wow, that's so good. Good jump. Woo! Damn, this is a really fucking good match. Holy shit. I'm dead. It's to a point where I feel like if I whiff a single button, I'm dead. Are they buffering? They're buffering something. Oh, dude. They know. They did it again. Maybe that's why they keep jumping. They want to bait out my with Throne. Which is a good call because I'm at the corner.
Cammy wins.
And also I feel like it's rare to see people know what kind of Mercer bullshit there is. You know? Like after the armor they jump and they know how to check the charge gladiators. And they know they can jab check. They can jab check this. Right? And then they know they can DI charge buttons as well. Right? Those kind of Mercer bullshit, they know, and it's kind of scary. And it's very interesting to play against someone like that as well because I never have someone who is so solid in Mercer defense. It's insane. That was really fucking good. Have to give props to that Cammy. Solid defense.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Hazanchu. Why you... That's a good option. Good choice, good choice. Huh. Oh, I thought something was safe. Ooh, yeah, everyone knows about that string. What just happened?
I've got you.
Huh, I did the wrong button! No, I did the wrong button! I got killed! Ooh, good call. Help! I'll do it again. Don't jump at me! Oh my god, that's not a jump, that's Hazanchu. I'm gonna get zoned out. Ooh. No, oh my god.
Chun-Li.
I don't know how to open people up sometimes. No. Good shit.
Round one. Fight.
Sure, just Superman punch the shit out of them. You like Kikoken, don't you? Do that Kikoken then. You like the Kikoken, don't look at that? Best punish in the game, let's go. Oh. I'll take it. I will take it. I'm holding the button for 10 years. Kikoken? You like Kiko? Oh shit, good call. Oh! Nope. Yeet. Okay, that's not it. Actually, that was a misinput. Eek. React to those? Stop. Let's go, Shimmy! Third Dynamo, hi!
Marisa wins.
Never expected to see a Pokemon do the splits, I know, right? Welcome to Pokemon Tournament 2! It's real! Don't mind the name, those are mistakes. Oh, good grab. Ooh, fair enough. No punish. No punish. Oh, good call. I'll do it again. Yeah. No pun. Oh, this is down medium kick, please. Don't jump. I'll jump instead. What are you doing? What are you doing? Katsudon, hi. Hope you are doing good. Jangan. Apa kamu buat? Heal. Best punish ever in the game, let's go. Yeet! Let's go, that was great!
Marisa wins.
We learning! So unreal how this is, but funny at the same time, I know, right? It's so surreal. You might think that it's fake, but it's actually real. Pokemon Tournament 2? Real? Question mark. Truth come out? Pokey? Pokey? I love it. You're getting so good. Wow. Thanks. I mean, I'm only getting good with Marisa, I believe. I haven't played Jurina in a while. It does look interesting, that's for sure. Marisa Scutum doesn't stand a chance against supers, I think. That would be the safest answer. It's real in Street Fighter and Pokemon, that makes sense. This isn't Tekken. Wait, you play Tekken? Oh wait. Oh yeah, you play Tekken? It's been a long time since I last played Tekken. I'm not even gonna pretend I'm a good Tekken player, I'm not. There's also throw, but that brings throw range into play. Oh yeah, also I think I got discouraged by using Scutum, this move, because in silver and gold rank, those crackheads can actually DI this shit on reaction. It's like, yeah, I'm never using that move ever again. On silver and gold, people DI that shit consistently. That's the thing. And it's like, nah, I'm not using that move ever again. It's painful. I ain't good either. I just play for funsies. Same. The best thing, the best thing ever. Play fighting games for fun. Oh, I know this Cammy. We met the monkey again. It's the monkey. Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna anti-air them. I'm gonna anti-air them for days. I'm just gonna hold down back. There we go. Oh. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Round 2. Fight.
Spiral arrow, spin knuckle. That's an option. Oh, oh my god, they are learning. Help. Help. They are learning. They are learning. I'm scared. Can you not learn and just be more than Cammy? Fuck! Come on, I tagged that shit. I missed meaty twice! I hate it here! Real high blinking also gets DI. Really? That's really hard to react, I believe. Oh, are you scared? Are you perhaps terrified? Are you perhaps terrified to not? Ooh, that's fucking plus. Help. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Get this woman. I'm gonna DI in. Punch, 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 punch. DI, punch. I blocked. That's a lie, I didn't block. Gonna hit them with the audible mix-up. You're gonna jump. I'm sorry, man. That's minus. even though it hits melee, that's still kind of minus, I think. Oh, maybe they hit the big button. I don't know. Bye bye. What? They want the rematch? No fucking way. All right. Damn, I need to stop messing up the melee. Nani? I learned my lesson, that's plus. Can you not? Okay, I know what to do. Stop! 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 Stop!
Round 2. Fight.
I implore you to stop. We're playing the grounded game, alright? I much prefer play the grounded game. Stop! Stop! Oh god. They know. Help. Stop! Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Help. The fuck? Raw? I didn't do anything. Why? Stop. Oh. Oh, fuck. Stop. Oh my god, they're learning. Help. They're learning, guys. I'm scared. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. Nah. I'm getting bullied. Ow. Yeet. Oh. That was my level 3. That was my level 3. That was my level 3. Learn back. I don't have to learn against that. I'm scared. No, I almost rated that, I think. I got red. You know, I don't even need to jump react on that. Just anti-air them. I'll play the grounded game. I messed up. My man, it hurts me to not be able to anti-air that shit. Oh, after spin knuckle they jump? My man, I'm getting bullied! They didn't jump this time! Oh my god! I'm getting mixed like crazy! I know Zoran doesn't talk, but I want to see her with Cammy's voice. Oh, they take the W and left. Okay, fair. Win quit. It's not the first time. I know. See Cammy's voice. I don't know. It kind of fits, to be honest, right? I got bullied and I took the L and being forced to left. How does this melee work? I don't seem to really nail it a lot. I keep messing it up too. Manon? Manon? Okay. Yes, I don't think Zorak talk. Only a few handful of legendary talks, I believe. At least in anime sense. What are you doing? See, this is when people don't respect Mercer, they die. That's not an anti-air, but I'll take it. Yeet. That's not. Maybe not. I'm scared. Stop! I jumped. I didn't block. They're suddenly so good. You stream Tekken back then? Yeah. Fun fact, Tekken is my first ever stream game in this channel. I used to be only Tekken streamer. Oh no, oh no. Not the command grab, I'm scared. Yeet. That was crouch blocking, what is that? I cannot react on that. I didn't punish that. Yee. Not the yee. I don't think the skills. Check Cammy per sector roll, mini rolls, I love your anime. Impossible for it to happen someday. Probably. Let's go. Do you not stream Tekken anymore? I do, but very rarely since Street Fighter 6 came out. And I don't know if like Tekken player base in Asia is good enough. Like, it might be a little bit hard for me to find matches, to be honest, but something I still want to play. I still want to stream Tekken, to be honest. That's not the answer. Yay! Oh, cool. Help! Help! Really? Oh my god, wait, I just noticed on the top right. Sit on me, jury is the thing? Sit on me, jury? How people are so thirsty for jury, excuse? We punish those. Good block. No! That's not it. Let's go. Getting a little too dumb for Jury. I don't blame them. Look, Jury is Salazzle, okay? Jury is Salazzle and Salazzle is hot. Then think about it. Do you mean Tekken or Caitlyn Glass Rolls? Probably Caitlyn. Oh, you know. Hi. You didn't? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Uh oh. Hi, Hypnomancy. Is the name of Cammy's VA? No idea. Oh, this is +6, damn! On hit, fully charged +9. So this is still a thing. Oh my god, insane! But it's a little more tighter. There. Damn, I can really capitalize on this instead of just doing this dumb 1-2 punch. It's good damage, but it's not enough. Yeah, I mean her? Ah. I was always a Zoroark fan. Zoroark... I don't know, something about Zoroark just doesn't click with me. Oh, you know what? I know why. Zoroark's not a reptilian. Zoroark doesn't resemble a even a little bit of lizard. I mean, Suicune. Okay, this is Walking Wake, by the way. Walking Wake used to be. Okay, Suicune is not what I like, but Walking Wake, however, suddenly dinosaur, and I fucking love Walking Wake so much. Look at that. Walking Wake is hard. Zora was supposed to be Gen 5's Lucario, but I wasn't a big fan either for some reason. Well, my reason is very obvious. My reason is just, oh, it's not anywhere resembling any sort of lizard. Nuh-uh. I am a simple girl. How many characters are Poké fight in this game so far? Okay, good thing. Good timing. So far, yeah, Garchomp is one. Jury is Salazzle. Mewtwo is JP, but I did not download the mod because I don't really like Mewtwo, to be honest, so I didn't download it. Cammy is Zoroark. Guil is Hexorus. Do you think I want to play some Guil? I might play some Grill, my open beta Grill experience. We have a guest character, Bowser. Bowser. Chun-Li is walking weight. Yep, you see that. And Ken is Koraidon. And I think that's it. I've really seen bird Pokemon I like a lot now. Maybe Decidueye. Decidueye is so hard, honestly. Like, when Decidueye came out in Pokemon Unite, I was wild in. Grill is your favorite? Don't take my favorite dragon Pokemon. It's mine. Don't take my favorite dragon Pokemon. I forgot how to play Grill. I'm just seeing Nick. We're just seeing Nick. Shooting! Slash. Shooting. 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 Sonic. Shooting. Not too perfect? No, shooting is perfect. I have Grill on Japanese. Shooting. Shooting. And then Sonic Boom is Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom. Shooting. I only know Attack on Titan. I don't. Petra Ral, Attack on Titan, Himeko Uotora, The Rolling Girls, some DNC, High School DxD, and I have no idea what all of those are. I only know this. Crescent. Look at that combo. Five. 3. What's the Drive Rush combo for Grill? Five? Oh, 7. 4. This is 10 frames. Somersault. Crescent. Crescent. Very nice any of them, so we picked them random mostly. No, anime person, same. I don't watch anime. Shooting. Oh yeah, look at, oh my god, that tail is so chunky. I am in love. Look at the tail, it's so chunky. Oh my god. Truly fitting for the best dragon Pokemon in all Pokemon history. What's a short combo? What? Oh my god. It doesn't... I cannot do it 3 times? This is 3.
TTS test. 58 hits Guile Loop Dragon JAF.
No, I'm not doing that. I don't even know how that works. This is 9. Oh, this is 7! Oh, wow. Damn, look at the damage! Let me check if it has any unique attacks. Oh. Back heavy? Is it special cancelable? So maybe like, okay. Into level 3, I guess? What's level 3? How the fuck do you do this? Back, forward, kick. Huh? Okay, back. Can I do special into that? That. How the fuck? No, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do flash kick into super. Is that even possible? No fucking way, how the fuck? Excuse me, this is illegal? How the fuck do people even do this? Excuse me? This is impossible. They do this in a real match? Fuck. There's no way. I think only Sonic Boom, I guess. Shooting. There we go. Okay, let's not make this too hard for myself, alright? We don't need 1919 input. We only need Sonic Boom, alright? This is insane! No fucking way. There, oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm not about that. I'm not about that. Yeah, this is way easier. This is way easier. Yeah, this is way easier. Just spam it out. I'd love to try DJ, but I'm still gonna get used to how Church character play. I never, ever loved Church character, ever. In any game that I play, if there's an input that requires me to charge, I'm gonna skip that shit. But I'm gonna make an exception because Hexorus is hot, alright? Look at Hexorus is so ready to fight. Okay, shortcut, no, shortcut settings. I don't want... What are you saying? I can't hear it. Damn. Hexorus's win. Hexorus's win element. Me wonders, what about Sonic Boom to Super is easier? Because Sonic Boom is back forward and Super is back forward. So I can Sonic Boom and then do another back forward input for Super. Hey man. Yeah. It's a little faster in because there's like no stop, I think. 1919 works? Okay, how about this? So wait, no. I'm trying to do this, okay? This very simple one. Okay, medium. Oh! There we go. Oh my god, this is... What the fuck? Yeah, so I guess this works better. Kick that neck. I don't know if you guys, I mean you guys cannot even see me, but I just keep looking at Hexorus's tail. So chunky, I love it. Look at how chunky that thing is. Yeah, work it. This is pure Hexorus content. Only Hexorus.com? Real? Real? Look at that. Okay, I gotta play my stupid. I play my terrible Guile for a little bit. That's how I don't die to I don't play Hexorus. Let's go placement match. The tail.
Here comes a new challenger.
Fuck! I don't know how to go against Honda. No, why? I'm gonna get checked. I'm gonna get checked to death. I'm gonna get called out. Not the Bowser. Not the Bowser. Help! Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Huh. I got combos. Nope.
Round 2. Fight.
Shooting. Shooting. Sonic. Shooting. Let's go. No. Don't jump. Don't jump. Shooting. Don't jump. Shooting. Don't jump. Shooting. Ah! Help. Nope. Shooting. 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 Don't do it. I tried. No, man. Yeet! Damn, Guile is a hard counter against Honda. I didn't realize. Yeah. Very respected. I'm gonna waste your time a little bit. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. OD headbutt is really excellent Guile counter. Oh, I forgot about that. No headbutt? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too. Hey, I did some combo there, right? I did this. Wait. What? Damn, look at that combo. Sexy. Oh. That works. Going to bed, need sleep. Okay. Have good sleep, Katsudon. I do want some Katsudon though. Have good sleep. Thanks for hanging around. Yeah, I didn't do as much headbutt. I'm not getting called out now. The jank. Oh, this looks so fucking good, dude. A leg. I'm bad. I'm bad. How do I play Guile? Oh. Don't jump. Don't jump. Let's go. I'm dead. What the DP! Guys, I'm not a good. I do not play Guile. I'm terrible. Dislikes Nato? What? Guile don't like Nato? I don't too. It's okay. They keep jumping, right? Oh! Ow. Ow. I got DI. I've got DI again. I lied. Can hit the auto mix-up. My rushdown tendencies is coming in. What a shimmy. I press the button. My rushdown tendencies is kicking in. Do it again. Don't jump. Told you don't jump. Don't jump. Let's go! I'm learning! Brush that hair. I need to stop doing shooting. Why? I'm dead! Yeah! Good grab. Let's go, legs. Huh. Oh, damn! Good shit! I didn't respect you. They like the Uka Puka, sure expected it. That's a nice finger right there. Remember Guile punish counter combo? I don't know what Guile is. Oh wait. Two HK, 3 HK. Oh, this is a target combo. Somersault. But how about Drive Rush combos? This one is +3. This one is +7. So kick, punch, kick, right? Kick, punch, kick, punch. Kick, punch. Right? So towards the end I can do like this question. With Guile, do you want your enemies to come to you like all along the time? No, with Guile you just want to stay at your safe space. This is a good safe space for Guile. Don't come to me. Give me some personal space. Guile is a summer zoner. Yeah, Guile is zone, and I don't zone. Every fighting game I play, it's rush down, and playing Guile hurts me so much. And then the charge input more. Oh my god. Yeet! Yeet! Don't jump. Ugh. Don't jump. Don't jump. That's a punish. Not. Watch your toes. Watch your toes. Watch your toes. Watch your toes. What? Watch your toes. Watch your toes, dude. Watch your toes. Let's go. Watch your toes. Damn. No. Help. Who taught you that, huh? No. Disrespect. I don't care. Watch your toes. I am bronze player. I'm going in for no reason. Watch your toes. Watch your toes. No, I don't want to begin. Let's go. No punish. Wait, they cannot react to that, right? I'm sure they cannot, right? They are silver. Not trying to talk shit on silver players, but they cannot react to DI, right? See? they just panic jump. Let's go. React to this. Toxic. Toxic. Let's fucking go. Oh shit, I want to play? Oh my god. I would just throw my controller away, Jesus. Watch your toes. Here I come. I don't like it. Don't come here. Don't come. Give me my safe space. Don't come. Give me my safe space. Don't do it. Yeet. Don't jump. I told you I go quick. You know what? Let's go! I'm scrubby. I'm scrubby. I'm bad. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't. Don't. Don't do it. Nope. Don't do it. Don't block. Nope. Don't block. Nope. Don't do it. No. 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 Don't do it. I'm blocking those. Don't do it. Let's go. Let's go. Toxic. Fucking toxic. I hate myself for doing this. God damn. Guys, please cancel the please cancel the bold. The bow is being a absolute toxic. The bow is being bad. Someone stop the bold. The boat cannot be stopped. Why is game probably to put you in silver? Probably because I lost to a gold and then the game just like, you're not good enough for gold? Well, fuck you. Back to silver you go. That's my first guess anyway. Every ranking for every character will be different depending on how you play them, but sometimes the matchmaking is wonky and puts you in the wrong ranks. Like the game puts you in Iron as JP as I climb through a high silver for a few hours. Damn. I might be getting gold now. The Lucaning? Is this the Lucaning? Hi Smokey, Stinky. It seems very wonky. Also heard the case of folks winning 10 times doing bronze or something. I was ready. Oh, damn! Spicy combo. Where's my NTA? I want a refund. Don't do it. I'm doing it. Oh.
Round 2. Fight.
What a punish! Plus. You better stop doing that, man. Don't jump. This plus. You do that string again, I dare you. I told you! I dare you to do it again! Ah! Help! We scrubby? Okay. We scrubby! Let's go! We scrubby! We scrubby! I went. Yeah. Opening the diamond that didn't belong, and I'm losing all the time. That's kind of painful. Shooting. Oh. Damn. I'm scrubby. Oh, they practiced that combo for 10 years, dude. Shooting. I don't zone. How do you zone? How do you zone? I didn't. Do that string and dare you fucking do shit. Oh, scared are you? You heard what I said? You smell that DI incoming? Do you smell that DI? I told you! I'm doing it! Two can play that game, little shit. Yeet. Oh! Damn! What a combo! You are not in gold rank, you lie! You know what? Wake up Sonic Boom, they never expect that shit. Don't do it! You didn't do it! You didn't do it! Okay, you didn't do it! I deserve that shit! How do you play Guile again? Good shit, good shit. Happens mostly when the game designed that beating gold equals diamond somehow? Beating gold equals diamond? Wait, what? What a jump. Oh, that shit's -5? Uh-oh. Is it the same Manon as just now? I don't think so. There's no way. Am I back to silver? Oh, it's the same Manon. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know that name from everywhere. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh no. Oh, you skip mine? You hate me so much? I deserved. Deserved. Nope. Let's go. They don't know the punish. Do they know? Chat, do they know? I know judo. Let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Too far. Shooting. Oh! Don't grab me. I'm just a little guile. Don't do it. Help. Combo! Oh my god.
Guile wins.
Hi, Turquoise. Do you want to play? I don't know. Oh my god, I feel like I'm farming you. I feel so bad. Oh, good shit. Oh my god, they're learning. I'm terrible, you know. I'm not farming you anymore, man. Let's go. We do this. Where's my second? Let's go. Never fear. Nope. I'm a rush down. I'm a rush down. Oh. Oh, no. We scrubby. Oh god. You know what? We scrubby the sequel. We scrubby the sequel. What have I become? What have I become? The demon that's inside me all along. That's my favorite thing in fighting games so far. Like, you can end up losing to a specific player multiple times, but then you start picking up on stuff and start figuring out how you beat them. It's a great. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. It's a beauty of fighting games. Hi, cheesecake. Yeah, adaptation is the word. Right? Cheese, look at this. Look at the tail. Cheese, look at the tail. It's so thick. I love it. I am now Guile main just because of this. The tail. The tail. It's too powerful. Maybe even this. Look at the tail. Oh yeah. Somersault. How you doing, cheese? The Lukening? Oh my god, why is it all Manon and Lukening? I'm scared. You know what? I'm gonna learn. It's the same player again, are you kidding? Fucking matchmaking, please. Don't do it! Let's go, that's not a combo at all. I is good about to sleep soon. Nice. Hope you had a good sleep when it comes. Oh! Oh! They don't think it's worth using a 3-bar, maybe? Guile, your hand is so short! Yeah, that's clever. I'm dead! I lied! That's plus. Huh. Good call, good call. Come on, man, I'm Hexers. I'm stupid. I pressed it. Even the sea sponge can see that shit. I'm jumping away. Opponent's yours. Ooh. I'm jumping away. Anti-jump grab twice? Damn, dude, this guy is fucking bold. I was just Sweet Bean, aka you. Wow. I'm doing okay. I'm learning Guile, I think. Am I learning Guile? I don't know what to do against Guile. And what to do with Guile. How am I gold? I'm scrubby! Oh, fuck. Oh! 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 I just went and swing him. Fair enough. Nope, one too many times. Get him! Kick him! Somersault! I just got finished playing the Shareware episode of Shadow Warrior, calling me fucking impressed. Ooh. Shadow Warrior is a pew pew game? He has sequels? Damn, alright. Oh, oh, oh! Jumping. Jumping a sequel. No! Should have expected that, to be honest. This guy likes doing this. Doing it. Good jump. Okay, learning. My leg! Level 3? Nope, messed up. There's nothing you can do about it, right? When it's swinging.
Guile wins.
The swing. I can't believe my open beta muscle memory is still here. Recognize the combo. Standing medium, down medium, drive rush, standing medium, down medium, flash kick. Like very simple, but hey, that's the trick. Barely focusing, that's me. Speed Knuckle is projectile invulnerable? Okay. You say you were barely focusing, you little shit! You lied to me! Ugh, I pressed it too late! I'll be writing my thoughts on it in the Discord. Sure. I'll be sure to read it, although I have to apologize for not like replying at all, but I do read them, right? I do. I'm scrubby! Anti-jump grab, I'm dead. I love strike throw. Help. Really? You wanna test me like that? Do it again, I dare you. That's right. Hi, Evie. Oh. Whoa, damn, what the fuck? You saw your bar, Aw. I thought they don't know. I thought they know. I thought they don't know. Shooting point blank. I don't care. Yeet. Whoa, my man. Stop jumping. Come here. Get grabbed. I'm Guile.
Guile wins. Round 1. Fight.
Whoa. Give me a second. Seal. Hi. How was 7 days to die? Fish raid. Kara Knight. Hi. I've been raided by fish. I'm playing Pokken Tournament 2. Pokken Tournament 2 real? Oh god. I'm gonna wake up the eye. I'm scrubby. I'm dead. Hello everyone. Oh god. Give me a second. Get legged. Oh, help! Hi everyone. Give me a second. How was 7 days to die? Hopefully it was good. It's been a while since I last played the game, to be honest. But man, I do enjoy the game whenever I play it. Oh god. I'm jumping. Yeet. Ooh, good call. I'm jumping again. Okay, fair, fair. Don't do it! I'll do it again. For that? I'll wake up jabbing. Another one? Let's go. Hey man. Come back. No! Grab? Oh! I checked it! I checked it though. Alright, all good, all good.
Cammy wins.
Hello everyone. Welcome in from the raid. I think that's 2-1. Oh, it's 1-1. Shit, sorry. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. Good crap. And I do art occasionally. Don't jump. Wake up the eye. No, bad choice. Why would you? Okay. Oh good. Don't do it. I'm waiting for it. Watch your toes. Oh, good choice. I'm jumping. That's a bad choice for me. Oh! No. Change the speed of an install projectile by holding back or forward. Oh! I cannot zone them. Fair, that was obvious. Watch your toes! Watch your toes! Don't do it! Ah! I'll take it. Strike throw? Okay. Good check. They jump a lot on that range, right? I should really make use of that, honestly. Let me see. Oh, they can do spin knuckle, which is a really good choice as well. Shit. Nah. Oh, I can disrespect spin knuckle like that? Okay. Oh! Let's go! Cheers, kid man. Alright, GG's. Have I do it? Have I done it? I don't think I did. Welcome in everyone. I hope you guys had fun with Seal's Trim. Figuring out medium Sonic Blade and light Sonic Blade functions well if you fear a jump due to being faster. Heavy is terrible because 31 frames to just come out. Yeah, true. I need to like take that into consideration. Heavy Sonic Blade is so slow. Light Sonic Blade is fast even though it's just one hit, but it works. That's 2 hits, right? Yeah. The speed. Look at. Whoa, wait, what the fuck? It caused wall bounce? That's wild. Wait, what? The heavier the Sonic Blade, the longer it stays. Oh, this is so wild. What is this? Pokken Tournament 2 real? Shooting. Shooting. Wake up Sonic, let's go. Unheard of. Okay, I'm waiting to it. Help! Let's go, corner's yours. Nope. Wait, I'm burned out. Shit. I didn't notice. Get away from me. Don't jump. I'm gonna kick you. Let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm ready. Don't do it. I'm a cornered rat. Don't do it. What you gonna do about it, huh? Don't jump. Ugh, I was ready though. Yeah, I'm gonna grab. Don't jump. Don't jump. Oh! I'm scrubby! I'm dead! I'm dead! Good shit, good shit. And Guil seems to be okay at staying at the corner for a little bit. If I can react to all of those things. Nice. Whoa, you do it? Okay. I can respect that. I can respect that. Wake up shooting. Wake up shooting. Ooh, the punish. I'm out. I'm going in. Okay. No! Good jump, buddy. Good jump. Yukito Mega? Hi! What the fuck, the mod? I always love when people come in and see the mod. It's like, what the fuck is going on? It's perfect. Hi, welcome in. Don't dash in like that, Jesus. Don't do it! Come here. Ready for overhead? I lied. Gonna hit them with the auto mix-up. Nope. Ooh. I do two times. Sonic. Bad. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Actually dead. Oh! Mom, give me a second chance. I'm scrubby. I'm dead. No! I'm too scrubby. I'm too scrubby. There's such a thing as too much scrubby. Oh yeah, I forgot about this button. Interesting looking tail. Sobato. Nope. Sobat, get away from me. Sobat, get away from me. Nope, I don't want. Get up. I don't want. Get up. Alright, let's go. We're playing the game now. I lied, I'm going in. Nope, get away from me. Nope, I don't want. Get out. Oh! I'm jumping. Phone is yours. Oh! Don't jump. Huh. I had to do it. I had to do it. You are perfect. Wow, Eevee. No, I pressed it till a bit too late. I shouldn't have done that. What? Fair. They were doing. They dropped the combo, but they still did it. Ken too powerful. Honestly, I don't think I just. I think I just don't know what to do against like Ken. You know what? When I say this, yeah, Ken is too strong. Fuck it. Ken is too strong, fuck it. Please buff. No! Are you still buffing Ken?
Go Drosh up, yay to 27 months.
Damn, 27 months, Tinte, thank you. Tier 3 too, my god. Thank you, Tinte, welcome. Welcome in. Yeah, we have more Pokemons now, joining the fray. Only 2 times? I think my mistake is that I did too
Godro
many.
shook Godro shook Godro shook Godro bongo Godro bongo Godro bongo.
But man, two jabs is like so hard to get enough down charge. I can't even see what's going on. it's just neck. Ooh, that's a combo never seen before. Too much heavy blade, heavy blade. Don't do heavy blade. When I'm so close. Damn!
Okay, next.
Mika Tylra did the mods.
Round 2. Fight.
That string seems really strong. Is there a way to stop that? Ooh, what a punish. That was accidentally cool. Okay. So if they cancel into a DX dive kick, then it's safe. If they don't cancel into EX dive kick, it's hella unsafe. Oh, there it is. Thank you. That's the Mika Tylra. What the fuck? That's good call, man. Too far. Oh, I'm dead. Level 3. Yeah. But they're playing Sonic Mania? Damn. Not my neck. Not my neck.
Cammy wins.
Oh, they don't like the Guile matchup? I guess. I guess they don't like the Guile matchup. Maybe they don't like how sweaty I'm playing. Shooting. That's a really long range. I need to practice my heckin' perfect drive rush thing. Drive rush perfect thing.
Here comes a new challenger.
More keen. Do they not like Guile? Look, I don't like Guile as well, but I like Hexorus, okay? Ow. I didn't do it. Please get away from me. Nope.
Round 2. Fight.
Don't jump. Crescent. Don't jump. Shit's unsafe though. Stop doing that. Shooting. Weird. That's a weird Ken. It's almost like they have no patience.
Round 1. Fight.
Fair enough. Ow. Didn't punish that. No punish. No, there was the uncancelable button. Ow. Get away from me. No, I don't want. Get away. I lied. I'm going in, baby. Ooh, good throw. Don't jump. I did the reset to Kaiba trying to grab her, and then they were jabbing. They were jabbing. I was trying too hard to reset to Kaiba. Help! Let's go. Let's go. You're learning today. It's a string. Nice. We're playing fundies? We're playing fundies? Stop! What are you trying to do? Nice. Yeah. Let's go, Goyo. Shooting. What are you doing? Oh, good call. I thought you were gonna grab that. Miss input? We have a monkey. Let's go. I tried to do 1919. Nope. We don't take that. We don't take that Jin right kick thing. Alright. Yeah, in about silver and gold rank, if you see them do Jin right kick, just feel free to DI. They can hardly reverse DI that shit. Doesn't work. Oh. They can stop the kicks though if you to catch you doing that. Yeah, I mean for the first few Jinrai, just feel free to DI. They don't know. Now the thing you said is high level gameplay, which I'm not in. I am now in the shit level because I don't know what I'm doing with Quill. Help. Get punched. Quill. Can you chill? Oh, I pressed button. Oh my god. I'm scrubby! Oh, what a grab. My K isn't even assigned the rank yet, but that doesn't mean your fundies is not there. You heard the fundies. Some people don't. Were you trying to read my anti-air? Or like trying to read me jumping? They seem to like the meaty, right? Let me try and wake up DI and see what's gonna happen. Yeah, I think Wake Up DI should work against this guy. At least give me some breathing space, you know? Whoa, what is that damage? I mean, hey, I'll take it. What? Braid! Nope. What a read. Ooh. I'll do it again. You know, I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'm wildin'. I didn't do it. Ah! No, I'm stupid. Grab. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Cammy wins.
This is sonic damage, moving HP at sonic speed. How do you deal with Cammy? What the fuck? Oh my god, they read my sonic boom. Fair. They were very ready. I wasn't ready at all. They tend to do that. Yeah, I want to check that thing. Oh my god, 2 hits, please.
Okay, next.
They do that at that range, right? Let me check that. Now they're scared. I'm checking you, man. I'm checking you. You like the spin knuckle? No. You are not allowed to spin knuckle now. Shit. They would instead spiral arrow. Good grab. Good crap. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm dead. What? Is that reset to Kaiba? Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm jumping. Hey, corner is yours. Let's go. We take those. Kick it. We take those. Random DI. We take those random DI. Ooh. I'm scrubby. Okay, I learned my lesson. You gonna jump? Oh shit, I pressed button. Good. Sonic! Woo! Good. I jumped too much, I jumped too much, I jumped too much. Shooting! Sobato! Damn, I have to guess out of that? Shit. Am I scrubby? Is that a bait? It's a fucking bait? Okay. Oh, it's safe at that range. Now we're playing mind games, alright? Hi Senti. How you doing?
Cammy wins.
Good shit. That was good mind games. I like that Cammy. You know how to cheer up? This is the way to cheer up. Look at the tail. Why is it when I play Guile, everyone is Cammy and Ken? And then when I play Zangief, everyone is Rue and Ken. When I play Juri, I don't understand. Can I play against someone else? That's not Ken and Cammy? You know, I'm not gonna complain. Rue. Yeah, Rue. I'm Rue from Streets. I'm Rue from Streets. How you doing? Nice. Interesting, Ken. too fast. I thought that's a cross up. Should have expected the grab, honestly. Ru, I'm Ru from streets. From streets. I'm Ru from streets.
Round 2. Fight.
Let's go. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, bad choice. Really? Now you're gonna do level 3? Let's go, Sonic!
Guile wins.
Sonic!
Round 1. Fight.
Oh! I thought you can press that one. Help! Damn, really? What is yours? I'm scrubby! I'm dead. Ow. My man! Please make your hand a little bit longer? That would be nice. Ugh.
Round 2. Fight.
What? Oh shit, I held forward trying to grab. Good call. Yeah. No, I'm too scruppy. I'm too scruppy. Guy with Hachi reach? Is that what you? Yeah, man. I mean, at least let short hits, you know. Let jab down jab hits 3 times, like most other characters does. Ugh. Damn. God damn it. I see that all the time, it's so fucking confusing DI combo. Really? Ugh. Oh my god, Guil. I pressed it. Oh my god, everything is not working. Is that one of the new legendary Pokemon? Yeah, the motorcycle. Hi, Fang. Just punish. Not this time, buddy. Alright.
Guile wins.
The purple one is. This be yabba dabba doo over the place. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong with being a yabba dabba doo all the way.
Here comes a new
Good install is the most fun install, you know. I love Jury's install a lot more. More can it's barely focusing.
round one. Fight.
You were playing Cammy. Nice, good call. I'm a monkey. Why does need yip sounds like an need yip sounds like an insult? I must say the cool thing. I'm scrubby. Sonic! Sonic!
Guile wins.
Sonic!
Round one.
Great Yipja. Their Cammy's way stronger, to be honest. Maybe they're trying out all characters as well. Well, not all characters, but some of the other characters. Hyper spun. Stop that shit. Alright, they know they're gonna DI. Hyper spun. I'm scrubby. I'm scrubby. Damn. I'm struggling! I'm struggling so hard! I'm struggling! I'm trying to maintain my meter, but I cannot when there's so many fireballs coming my way! Shooting! Help! Help! Not this time! Get out! No touchy! Crap. What a jump. Okay. Get him! Get that ooga booga yabba dabba doo! I hate it. Good shit, nice can, that was fun. Third creator saving mission? Alright. Good luck saving them critters. I did 2 air grabs, I think that's a win, right? It's Sunday, there's a lot of people playing today. Feels good. Or not. Crescent. Finally someone else. No more Kin and Cammy.
미션に取り掛かる Bring the heat
Bring the heat. Shooting. That's not it. Uh-oh. My leg. Plus. Oh, good call. That was scrubby. That was scrubby. Hey, 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 hey. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Why? Help! I cannot.
You're something else Round 2 Fight
Oh! Nope. Crew is not drowning anymore. Nice. Welcome back. Whoa. Huh. Nice, thank you. Don't do it. Ugh. I pressed the button that cannot be cancelled. Help. Wake up, mom. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. What a combo, let's go. Nice NT, I'm scrubby! I'm scrubby, let's go! Give it to him. Delay is himself. I wonder if that's autocorrect doing things. Dude, I'm scrubby, let's go. Don't do it. Don't do it. Nope. Oh, I pressed it though. Don't do it. Hey, hey, hey. Oh my god, I pressed the button that can be cancelled again. I pressed the button that could be cancelled again. Oh my god, not again. Huh. Yeah, guys, please someone stop me from using down medium kick, please. I'm dead. Someone stop me from using down medium kick, please. Alright, stop using down medium kick because I'm getting killed by doing it. Oh! I did it again!
Medium down finger leg stop sign. Medium down finger leg stop sign. Medium down finger leg stop sign.
Thank you. Oh no. I'm scrubby? I'm scrubby! Oh! No! I suck her! Oh, hi Merp. Is Merp here? Oh, hi Merp. I missed the chat. I'm sorry. How's the kobold? Dude, I cannot. How are you doing? Help! Dude, someday I'm gonna react to your fucking DI, dude. I told you, oh my god. Don't jump. I was doing Sonic Boom, you rude. Oh, finally! We're gonna punish that bear. Alright. I'll skip mine. It's fine, concentrate killing this guy. I'll try. That's not it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. Hit the man. Help! I cannot react the second time! I can read the third time! There's no way, right? There's no way, right? Let's go! Alright. Yep. We're doing the yep. Oh, I won! Wait, that was 2-1. I thought it was 1-1. Oops. Me also sleep a bit longer today. I kind of slept a little bit shorter today. A little shorter today. I don't know why I couldn't fall asleep last night. So I remember why. I was playing Watchers of Realm. I was playing Watchers of Realm on PC. I was like, I should explain. Watchers of Realm is like a new mobile game, but it's also on PC. Not sponsored by it though, but because there's like a very nice looking lizard character in there, which is why I want to play the game. There's also like other lizard characters in there that looks really good as well. Watchers of Realm sponsorship, let's go. Watchers of Realm. Can I get a sponsor, please? Can I get a little sponsorships? I don't have enough down charge. Good crack. Whoa! Why did that hit? That was like 10 miles away. Why did that hit? Good check. Whoa! No, I don't want the corner. Oh god. Don't do it. Oh my god. I'm jabbing. Good call. That was a good range. Oh my god, I'm getting grabbed to death. Luke's jumping bun I cannot anti-air with... Yeah, this bun I cannot fucking anti-air with down heavy punch, to be honest. Oh, I DI'd. That level 1 is so good? I never realized that. That level 1 has multiple hit. Thus, it is very good. Luke so... I'm getting zoned by Luke. Shit. No. Luke's super is made for winning zoning. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. Okay. Ooh, what a footsie. Huh. I grabbed. Fuck! Not this time. Hi, Narix. Let's go. I grabbed. Can I get the grab again? Yeah, accept it. You have to accept it. Nice. Yep, yep. Good check. Whoa, the DP! Oh my, that made me jump! Watch out, I'm blocking. Okay. Woo. EX. 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 Oh shit! Wow! I got saved. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, get robbed! Get robbed! Get robbed! Oh my god, get time scammed! Time scam, baby! Time scam! You never thought of fucking DI towards the end? Hell yeah, man. That was... Ooh, that was Pog. I can, but I just didn't do it because it's level 1 in the play, and also my drag gauge is not the best looking. It's super damn fast though, so yeah. Yeah, EX Swing Play, EX Boom, it's not. It's so not worth. It's 4 hit, it costs a wall bounce, it's kinda cool.
Here comes a new challenger.
Bright Sonic, bright shooting. Bright shooting.
싹쓸開始
Round one. Fight.
Oh no, I cannot react to it. I'm a fraud. Neat. No. I still cannot react. I was waiting for it too. Fair.
Did you know that you were did you know that you were
What?
did you know that you were cute?
Do it.
Droxen, you were cute.
Thanks, Evie. I'm Scrubby. I'm Scrubby. I'm Scrubby. Woo! Ow. Yeah. Had a feeling. Oh no! Damn, I cannot react to DI. Eevee is cute too, don't worry. Nah, I cannot react to DI. I pressed it, but always so late. I'm just gonna do it. Let's go! Oh my god, clutch combo! That combo was clutch! Grab? Yeah. One hit, grab. Ooh, good one. Anti-jump grab. Let's go. I don't know if it's a misinput.
Round two. Fight.
Debate. Anti jump grab. Drive first anti grab. My man! The grabs, they're too much. They did it. I tried. I tried. I'm gonna do it again. I'm sorry, but that looks like split knuckle though. But still, it's no an excuse because there's like a sound for DI. Grab. Anti-grab. Oh my god, grab. Fair enough. I might be dead here. Or am I scrubby? It's the question. Am I scrubby? I'm scrubby! Checkmate, buddy. I'm scrubby! I'm scrubby. I'm telling you, don't drive rush on me. My chargeback is always ready. Always at the ready. Ah yes, drive rushing into CA bar. Hey, you're gonna cut them some slack. They weren't thinking that I'm scrubby. I need to practice this, at least do this. I'm pretty sure this works even on mid-screen, right? Oh shit! Oh no. Oh, maybe he said like summon the move. Oh, this? I mean, maybe? Maybe? Maybe just do this then on mid-screen. Right? Shooting! Only works on corner, I believe. Yeah. I don't think that even does this much damage, to be honest. Let me see the raw damage. Raw 4500? Okay, you know what? That's worth. Drive rushing the base CA. Sometimes it works, right? Sometimes it does work. I did that multiple times with Marissa, to be honest. And yeah, it's fun. Hi, Savior. Pressing. Shooting. Sonic. 2 HK combo after all these Sonic Boom after the huh.
And welcome.
Yukito, thank you. Appreciate. Everyone is playing Cammy, holy shit. Fair enough. No, I did it too early. Good jump. Oh! Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh! I'm dead. Don't do it. I was waiting for it. All the Jury and Rue and JP and I don't know, everyone's playing Cammy. Don't do it. Oh, I didn't do it. Nice meaty. Oh! Right? DI? I'm jumping in. I'm jumping away. DI? 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 Oh, what a punish counter. Whew. Ow, 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 ow. DI? Let's go. React to that spin knuckle and we can win. Been out for a few hours. Me and my friend were playing Need for Speed. Took me a little focus and with the Mantish to finish it. Mantish? Oi! That's not it. I'm reacting to your spin knuckle. What are you gonna do about it? Had a feeling. That's why I didn't do Sonic Boom. I didn't do it in time. I pressed the button. Damn, good call. I'm actually dead, I think. Towards the end, I cannot react to spin knuckles anymore. Oh! Am I scrubby? I'm scrubby! I'm scrubby! I'm telling you, I'm scrubby as fuck! Monk. I'm scrubby! I'm the bolt of kobolds. You cannot just do that to me, man. I'm scrubby. I'm scrubby. Alright? I'm actually scrubby. Shooting. Shooting. The way Guil says shooting, I like it. Shooting! Sonic boom. Sonic boom. I only see Pokemon? True. Yeah, figuring out Guil a little bit on how to what to do with Cammy and also like Ken, it's kind of fun to be honest. Since Guil is like kind of weird. Guil only has like this. Special move wise, only this and also this. And then I'm pretty sure the old entries of Street Fighter, Guil only select this. And also this. There's only 2 moves Guil has. And now Guil has 3. Great! Slash. Slash. Shooting. Sonic boom. Shooting. What will Sonic Blade version of his other special be like? I don't know. Oh yeah. It's been like how many? Half an hour? Half an hour? This is just needed at this point. Leg day, tail day. It would be like an MVC2 where wave extends out. Shit, I never played MVC2 before. Hi, Dumper-chan. Then Dumper-chan. Oh my god, look at the tail, I cannot. The tail is gonna have me acting up. It's gonna have me acting up, I can't. Cool. Wiggle wiggle. Jammy? I don't know, speaking of Jammy, there's like a lot of weird thing going on with Jammy. Especially when it comes to the sweep that Jammy has is quite safe and also hard to punish. You dare drink in my presence? Ooh. That range is insane, dude. I'm scrubbed. I'm Scrubby the sequel. Nice. Upside down kick. For heavy kick. That needs to be a hard read, right? Oh, I need to do it a little earlier than that. Alcohol is bad, not for Jamie. Sweet. You like DIing at that range? My bun's all like lost against Jamie at this point. It's weird. I'm Scrubby, and I deserve this. Let's go. Herbal tonic. Okay, you know what? That saves it. Every drink increases damage by 5%. Past 4 drinks, drinking crash break. Yeah, drive gauge. Drive gauge allows me to do all like the drive rushes, drive parries, combos and shit. Come here. Like that's a drive gauge thing. Sweep. I said to sweep incoming. I still got hit by it. My man! My man! Oh! Oh my god, I never block a sweep ever. Oh shit, I forgot you have that. Not that yet, grab. Ugh.
In my world, round 2. Fight.
That's plus. My legs! How long is that thing? Don't jump. I'll jump. Sweep. Sweep. I'll sweep you! Ugh! Let's go! Okay. It's just a sweep, man. It's just a sweep. My rush down tendencies, I cannot keep them in check. My rush down tendencies. Nope. I deserve this. What's that blocking? Plus. There's a check. Whoa, I got baited! Fuck!
Jamie wins.
Yellow green bar below the HP bar allows for EX moves, parries, or the armored hit to do the green dash. You really gotta turn and wait for your turn to win this matchup. I don't like Gwil! I like Hexorus, but I don't like Gwil! Here's an idea if you have trouble with being too aggressive as Gwil. No, I don't know. I don't want to play E-Honda. Well, at least not now. I mean, it's not E-Honda, it's Bowser, by the way. I don't want to play Bowser. I mean, I love Bowser. Doskoi! Doskoi! Butt slam! He's so this one turtle mode, but he can do the other stuff too. Yeah, true. Fellow E-Honda. Rejoice, we found E-Honda Mayans. Your defense stinks! Shooting! How fast do I have to press it? My god. Sonic Boom. No? No? Wait, what? Oh my god, it has to be immediate.
Here comes a new challenger.
And Cammy. It's really fun. Can switch between being turtle and relentlessly doing big moves. Although if Hakan gets in, I'm dropping Honda so fast. Isn't Hakan like the oil man? The oil man? What the fuck is this netcode, you little shit? Bruh, what the fuck is this tree? My man, you're from Singapore. What the fuck you doing? Kamu orang Singapura. Kenapa ini sangat jahat sangat kamu? Kenapa ni? Oh, yeah, I think it's feeling better now. My man, I'm getting schmixed to death. Damn. I deserve that loss. I need my Treadcon oil, king. Don't download shit, you fuck. Invest in an Ethernet cable, it's not even that expensive. Sonic Boom. Help! Oh, what the fuck? That's kinda cool. Oh, I tried.
Cammy wins.
Hakan Barok Sodam Fei. Oh, Hugo then. I main Heihachi. I main Heihachi. I'm dead. Dude, I cannot do combos at this rate. The fuck was that? No! What the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, the rollback and when I'm at the corner too. Fuck you, man. I'm pissed again. I'm mad again. I cannot handle lag like that shit when I'm at the corner. Oh, fucking kill me, man. Ooh. My leg. Of course you can spam DI, you little shit. Ugh. I hate when I have to play the game laser focused. Is that sick? Oh, towards the end the connection is good. I'm gonna take that. I cannot believe I have to play this game laser focused. Fuck this. Why? Ow. Fuck. Oh no, I'm getting read like a book. I gotta grab again. Sweet, alright. Fair, fair, fair.
Okay, next.
I'm just getting read like a book. Oh no, what the fuck is this? What the? Oh wow. Dude. Dude, you guys cannot, you guys cannot say that okay. You guys cannot say that's okay. Jesus fucking shit, man. Yeah, you're so good. That pisses me off so hard. Wow. That just happened. Wow. It's so terrible that I can't even do basic shit. That's so sad. That's honestly so sad. I cannot believe it. I'm not taking another Wi-Fi game ever. That hurts. That really hurts. That hurts everything that is me. Huh? think medium and heavy version doesn't really have this difference. Yeah, I mean, even if they have, it's not even that obvious. It's +8. Something like that. I just want to do once. I mean, I did it, but with the wrong super. I did I did level 1 instead. I think after this I can do... Right? Maybe only the EX version. Yeah, only the EX version. That's good damage too. Wait, actually... Oh, it has to be OD. Okay. Cool.
Here comes a new challenger.
Everyone is playing Cammy today. I think Saturday is just Cammy day, feels like. Fair enough. Can I react to that? I think they're trying to do basic combo, but they just misinput every time. I think. And then I'm doing this only. Spin knuckle? That's not the spin knuckle. No. I'll take it. I don't know what happened. Lucky Schmirky. Okay. Thanks for the lyric, Merp. Oh, nice. Spin knuckle? That's not a spin knuckle! Ow. I think I can actually jab into DI then, if I want. It's probably possible. Spin knuckle? Okay, I think they react to my... They do spin knuckle when I do sonic boom, so they are reacting to my shining beams. Cannot really turtle against that, huh? I'll take it. Nope. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna burn them out. I'm gonna burn her out. Anti-jump grab. Let's go. Maybe fake them out by doing a punch? Oh! I never really thought about that. Doing punch to fake them out? I can try. Oh, I mean, I don't know if that works or... Oh, it's uncancelable! I cannot react to that. Oh, almost. Gonna jump. Had a feeling. How did that hit? Whoa! Oh shit. Ow. Help. Help. I gonna parry. Whoa! I'll take it. Thanks. Let's go! I should have died there because I did DI instead. Okay, welcome back. Good net, good connection, good gods. Me learn that is for when people react to the tiniest of motion expecting a usual. Yeah, I think I do that a lot as well, especially with Marissa. Or like with Zangief.
Confetti.
Yeah. Especially with characters that has like counter projectile moves, something like that, or Zangief in general, just like parry walk to their way. I tend to react to whatever they're doing, thinking that it's a projectile. If it's a projectile, then it's a read. If it's not a projectile, then I'm dead, something like that, which is kind of scary. I need to at least do this once. But this one is only corner. That's not it. Right. Yeah, this works on mid-screen, I believe. A practical example, when an E-Honda player's headbutt got the DI every time, they did 5 HP after crouching instead, and discovered that they don't react to headbutt, they react in the twitch way. Yeah, if like, when anything moves, they just like... I am like this as well. Any movement from the opponent when they're doing like almost the same thing over and over again. Yeah, E-Honda headbutt is a good one, and then projectiles, of course, like sonic booms or Hadokens, those things. Like I'll just do like, oh, I hear something. Immediately I went to parry. Even if it's just a bit of a something. Alright, even if it's just a jab, I get baited, that means, right? And this is where mind games just goes even deeper, it's insane. Sonic! Shooting! Six? This is 7? This is 6? Oh, okay. That's a thing, right? Hmm? Oh. What? Oh, that's weird. Did that do more damage? Oh, 480. Okay. Oh, that did more damage. How? Why does the jab do more damage than the medium target combo? Yeah. That's kind of weird. $360? Only. A jab does 300? This one's 900. This is 960, but what? Okay. At least it's Zangief and no more Cammy on Wi-Fi. I gotta regret this though. Why are you just jumping? Why are you just jumping? I mean, I know you're a Zangief, but still. Wow. Oh, no. What the fuck? Is that too much for your computer to handle? There might be PC problem fixed, like, I don't know. Oh no. Oh no. Footsies! Wi-Fi isn't always automatically bad, but it does suck when it happens. Yeah, true. It sucks big time. It honestly do. Stop! What are you doing? Did they give up? Did they give up the most no mix-up mix-up? Oh no, what the hell? What the hell? Orang Singapura, apa kamu buat? Shooting! This is unplayable mess. Are you waiting on that to happen so that I can react to your jump? I mean, it's happening. At least I take the W. Too bad cannot see your Zangief in action. 105 bars. It was 4 when we got matched. The leg spiking is too much here. It went to 9999 for a split second there. I just saw that. I just feel like that's kind of a cool combo to do. Sorry. I don't think I can handle another one. Oh god, everyone's using Wi-Fi.
Here comes a new challenger.
That's not the same Zangief, right? I don't think that's the same Zangief. Yeah, no. it's a different one. Ini bukan orang Singapura, ini orang Malaysia. At least this one looks promising. Oh shit. Yeah, this collection is very stable. Oh, wait, they're modern. No wonder I was like, one SPD did that little damage. I was like so confused. Oh. Yeah, that was a heavy version too. Fast. have awful internet. True. Also true. What a combo! Oh! Help! I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead. This is so bad for me. Oh, combos! All medium punches. That's all I know. I'm gonna do level 3 super just now, but I did. That was a cool combo though. I did this. Wait, I actually punish with this. The punish counter with this one can lead to this as well. Damn. Doesn't work that way. Alright, finally. I think I'm more or less calmed down. Alright. Hentai Hentai comment? No wait, that's a I know that's a thing, but still. Let me check your legs. 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 Oh! Don't check my legs! Good shit. I mismanaged the burnout time. Oh damn. I'm gonna get buried. Oh, I grabbed! Are they late, perhaps? Ooh, good check. Damn, that's a scary Marissa. You know what's even scarier? They didn't even do a single Superman punch. That's a scary thing. That plus. I should parry that. Yeah, there we go. Oh no! I'm dead. Ah! I messed up the combo. I messed up the combo. I tried. Actually, that was all meter mismanagement from me. Oh! Oh, damn! Good shit. Using the Urian costume. Urian? Urian sounds kinda scary. It sounds scary to urinal. I don't like it. I don't like it. It sounds kinda scary. No. Kamen is a city here. Oh. Is this bad? Oh, look at that, 5500. How do I implement into this? Ru? I'm Ru from Steets. Nice. Whoa, why? Misinput? Don't jump. Oh shit. I grabbed. Oh, it's snowballing. All good, all good. I mismanaged my... I look at the wrong bar! I look at the wrong bar. Oh my god, I'm on the right, I'm on the right. A sonic boom. That kind of worked. Oh. Not enough front charge. Bright Sonic. Bright Sonic. Why did they back up this much? I honestly have no idea. Uh oh. I grabbed! Okay. Dead? Don't use down medium kick. Oh, that's new. Oh. Why? What happened? Why did they decide to heavy punch? Nice. Level 3? I think they inputted it, but it hits at a different timing. Nice!
Guile wins.
Rue does level 3 with kick, that was a regular DP. Oh! Honestly, try to do more difficult DP into super? Oh, yeah, DP into super. Seems more likely, right? For more damage? Oh. Wait. Sonic on block point blank is +3? It is, oh my god. That's hard. That's one, right? Great shooting, thank you. I feel like I'm getting a little easier to get mad at this game now, which is kind of bad. Oh, maybe it's like a phase where I'm trying to learn the game but trying too hard. I remember I was there when I was playing Tekken. That current phase that I think I'm in. Like, I'm trying too hard to learn the game, which makes me play very salty, and it's like, eh. I need to stop doing that. But if I lose, I lose. It's okay. Ooh. There you go. Oh, you're gold! I'm sorry to ever doubt you ever. Oh my god, I'm so sorry to ever doubt you ever. You are the best Manon player ever. I'm so sorry. Let's go. Disrespect. Don't come here. I think that's punishable, right? The heavy target combo if blocked. Nice dash under. Why? Is this real? Is this real? I guess they never seen a zone. They never played against a zoner before, I think. Because it feels like they are like trying to figure out how to stop me from doing all these, right? And then they are like testing out all the buttons now. What do you think? It kind of does feel like that. Like they fare well against other players. I'm pretty sure. And then suddenly a Gao comes in. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And then they are learning the matchup. See? Nice. Help! I'm jumping. Yeah, that's mega fast. Alright. I can feel that they are trying their bestest trying to go through my projectiles. It's like trying to sumo clap on them. Wait, E Honda is sumo clap? Dude, I might play E Honda just for that move. Can I clap the projectiles? Like when Juri does the full hard charge kick, like cancels out the projectile? I was saying but it's hard. E Honda has that. I might want to play E Honda for that. I just might. Also, I think I'm getting the hang of like how to zone the Guile a little bit, or Guile, like Brian too. Okay. I promise I will keep my anger in check. Alright, I will keep my anger in check. Not all Wi-Fi is inherently bad, okay? That would be unfair to all the Wi-Fi players out there. Gotta keep them off their toes, knock them down. Yeah, no Angie, I promise. If I'm Angie, bonk me. bonk the shit out of me. Wait, it's a platinum. Wait, I'm Go 5? How the fuck? Help! I thought it's a cross-up. No! Damn, that was hype. What the fuck? Oh, what a good check. I thought it's a cross-up again. Hey. Woo! That's really hard to do. And really hard to go against DJ. 6 win streak give you a lot of points. Oh, that makes sense. I was just playing Guild, didn't even notice my points like going up like that. I can do anti-NN it? Or can I? Let's go! Play it slow. Caressing those knees. Oh shit. Yeah. Let's go. We learning. Caressing those knees. Stretch that bone. Actually, you guys redeem a little stretch that bone. I didn't stretch. I'm sorry because anger took over me. I'm sorry. I tried. That's not it. Crap. Let's go, check them toes. That's not it. Why would you slide? I punish your slide every time. You should... What? Okay, no, I'll take it. Don't ask questions. Just take the win. You know? Take the points. Take the points. Oh, good. Just take the points. There's no need to ask. I could do a pro. Okay, maybe not. Can I? I'm gonna do it still.
Here comes a new challenger.
That feels good. I don't know what face Gui was making.
Mission round one.
In case I jump. That's an end. Oh yeah, that's an anti-air. Good jump. Whoa! Woo! I'll take it. A very patient Cammy, it's so rare. That's not it. Good crack. Let's go! Patient strong? Yeah, actually it's a little scarier, I think. Oh, nice. Good check. Good choice. Oh! Nice! Good shit. First came here according to Honolulu time. Why suddenly Honolulu? Oh, they didn't get baited. Correct. Damn, really? Maybe they're familiar with like the sonic boom, like super mega familiar already. Yeah, they seem to be very mega familiar. Oh shit! Yeah. That's a good choice.
Cammy wins.
That is a good choice.
Round one. Fight.
There we go, optimal. Well, it's not optimal, but a little bit better than my previous punishes are. Damn, wait, those are all links. I'm scrubby! And I deserve to lose for that one. Damn! Help. Yeah, good choice. I did too many player, one too many play. Hi Wolfie, such a cute wow. Shooting. How you doing, Wolfie? Fellow kobold. Good jump. Oh, that catches my forward dash? Shit. Shit. No. I'm scrubby. I deserve to lose for this. No, I totally threw it around. I threw the game. Oh, you're so cute. Wow. Good Cammy. Holy shit. Because I'm a kobold. And so are you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Doing good? Good to know. I'm doing okay now, right? I was a little angry at the game. Well, I'm not angry at the game, I'm angry at the bad connection just now, but yeah, slowly moving past that one. I'm not mad anymore. At least, right? I feel. So yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. I can do it in training mode. I think that's not bad, right? Lurk, sleep apparently not enough, taking break. Okay. Go sleep. Oh, good. Sleep very important. Okay. Again, Wi-Fi. Okay. Not every Wi-Fi is terrible. I promise no more Angie, alright? I promise no more Angie board, okay? Ooh, nice TP. Shooting. Bride. Good jump. Okay, they're actually reacting to my jumps, which is kind of scary. Even the neutral jump, that's kinda scary. I'm scrubby. Or not. I'm scrubby! Hey, let's go! Zoning. That was stupid. I'm scrubby. Ooh, good jump. Oh, I cannot react to it. Oh, I'm dead. Was it a bait and a half? I could have killed him there, totally. Let's go! Unfortunate drop from Jamie though. You cute bold. Oh. Kobolds are cute. I'll take the cute, you have to take the cute as well. Yeah. Honestly, I do love kobolds. Like, hell yeah. Which is why I fight with kobolds so much. I had a feeling. They cancel the breakout too much. Combos? Nice. Nope. I tried. I can't even combo 5 MP to 2 MP. Uh oh. Nope. Sonic Boom. My legs. Good check. Oh, I'm dead. Huh? Why not level 3? Damn, you trying to style on me? Don't style! Level 3 could have killed! Good Jamie though, that was pretty okay. Those jumps in, those DPs was really good. They were trying to style. You know what? I can respect that. I like styling as well. There's not going to be a single Jamie player at Evil this year. The only Jamie player is switching to Rashid because Rashid is going to be playable. Whoa, wait, Rashid is playable in Evil? Oh. They start only being out for 11 days? Damn. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Jamie is pretty okay, I think. I play a little bit of Jamie on open beta. I feel like Jamie is pretty strong. Well, of course, like I was only like silver with Jamie back then in open beta. Yeah, I was only silver, but I was honestly kicking ass with Jamie. Oh, wait. Why do I feel like back throw has so much more width with window? Despite the total frame says so. Oh, the frame data. I feel like back throw is way slower. Is it just me? I think it could be just me, yeah. Wow, we can really... Honestly, I feel like I'm kind of having fun with Guile. At first, it was a little painful to play charge characters. You know, when I started playing Guile this session, but now I'm actually kind of having fun. Like figuring out how to zone people out, and then when I'm losing the game, just try to use the utilize the blade more. Shooting. Oh,
Here comes a new challenger.
first Lily? Yo, first Lily of the day? I think Lily's gonna have a bit of a trouble going against Guile. Wait, no, Lily is Kondo Spire. It's a wild Lily? Damn. Why is this Lily Wilden?
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, range. What are you doing? That's kinda cool.
Kyle wins.
I don't know. I feel... Oh, okay. They were thinking about it. Oh, combos? They have them. NTA, they have them. DI? What? What? Okay. Wow! they became Ultra Instinct. the Lily became Ultra Instinct. Good crap. Ooh, what a punish! Holy shit! Sorry, that's the worst punish in the world! Oh my god, that was terrible! They can jump. They can jump again. They can jump. Why? I feel like sometimes they're in Ultra Instinct, sometimes they're not. This is a weird interaction. This is a weird Lily interaction. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. It's weird. Only one hit. Ugh. Ooh. How many Cammy today, honestly? I think I fought like at least 20 Cammy today. All I'm seeing is just Cammy everywhere. Good punish. Actually, bad punish from them. Damn, that's fast. I think my sonic boom is too obvious for them. So I need to change up my timing. Just a little bit. I press the button. You think they're gonna grab? Level 3? Strike throw? No punish? Oh, that's plus. Oh, neutral, I think.
Cammy wins.
Yeah, this is the patient Cammy from that we fought just now. Really? Damn, I'm getting read like a book. Gonna wake up the eye a little? That far? Good job, I'm dead. Yeah, good jump.
Cammy wins.
you know, I just realized something. Like, and at the corner, when let's say I'm at the corner, right, and then okay, this is the situation, and then people jump like this. I just have to eat the mix, right? Which is why corner is so scary. I never really noticed, or I never really realized how scary this is, because you cannot anti-air this shit. You have to take the mix. You have to take either a hit or fucking anti-jump low, anti-jump grab, or even like this strike throw or some shit. I don't know. So all the mixes there, which is I never really realized how scary corner is until just now, or after I'm playing Guile. Like Guile needs Crescent to save his life, right? Sometimes at the corner, but like when they just keep jumping like this, there's nothing I can do but eat the mix. Or I can parry, but and then they anti-jump grab me and then I'm dead. Or something like that. So it's kind of scary. Actually, scratch that, it's fucking scary as hell. I was wondering if I can get to Platinum today, but I don't know. Maybe not. It might be a little hard to get Platinum today. Might be a little hard to get to get Platinum today. And I feel like I'm getting a lot less matches right now because time. It's 6:30 today. It's already 6:30. I think it's because it's dinner time. That's why it's kinda hard to get matches. It's 8 frames. Stinky. Where Ken Pokemon? I already see so much Ken and Cammy Pokemon. Too much. There's only Cammy and Ken today. An occasional Ryu, one Honda. No Juri, no JP. It's weird. They're running around. Show? What do I mean show? I cannot pause right now because I'm fucking matchmaking. What is Ken Pokemon? Koraidon. Sounds familiar. Didn't you play Scarlet and Violet? See? It's all Cammy! I'm not joking when I say it's all Cammy. Haven't? Oh shit, then yeah, Koraidon is motorbike. Yeah, Badabadu motorbike. Damn. Cammy best character? I mean, I guess. I'm just seeing so many Cammy, it's getting annoying. This is too much Cammy! I want to see someone else! Damn, you're just doing it? Okay. Oh my god, it's not Spin Knuckle! I'm getting mixed by Spin Knuckle and DI. Don't the model make it hard to see? You'll get used to it.
Cammy.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. It's Pokken Tournament too, why not? Spin Knuckle. Spin Knuckle. This one rollback frame with a wired connection. What the fuck is wrong with you? No Anki. No Anki. Alright, no Anki. Skill issue. Skill issue. Alright, skill issue. Don't worry about it. I grabbed. I grabbed again. Why is it so delayed all of a sudden? No, for FPS, right? But are you seeing slowdowns? Because I'm seeing it, kinda. Wow, how are you guessing right every time? Damn, I'm getting read like a book again. Uh oh. Oh, damn. That's fast. I tried to bait it. You know? Oh, okay, fair. Cannot react. That's death.
Lock on. Okay, next.
I can react to it. Why is your wire connection that shitty?
Guile wins.
Although that's a very nice Cammy for a gold too, though, not gonna lie. Well, in gold rank Cammy, I think that's like the most patient Cammy I've seen in gold.
Here comes a new challenger.
I think this is like a second Jamie, right?
Round one.
Shooting. Footsie. Legs. Ooh. Ooh, plus. Nice. Disrespect. I know that's plus. I wonder if Mika would do a Pokemon look or you're putting it back for it because it's so nice look. Probably. I mean, whatever Mika does, I'll just appreciate it because that. Honestly, Mika is just doing God's work right now. It's too good. Been punished. Damn, alright. That's pretty good. Check your toes though. Check your toes. I press one. Nice DP. Ooh. Oh, my leg! Good sweep, what a choice. Good jump. Let's see. Oh my god. They're going crazy with the jumps. Oh, that leaves them quite far away. That was a misinput, but I'll take it. I'm scrubby! I'm scrubby!
Guile wins.
I'm scrubby! Too many times. Oh! Oh god. Gibby? Nita, hi! Konnichiwa, Nita. Yeah, I don't know why I tested them. Oh, good. Am I dead? Oh, should have seen it coming. I'm scrubby and I'm dead. Hope you are very genki desu, Nita. Welcome in. Yep. Oh. Level 4? They won it. Ooh, they're wildin'. Level 3? No level 3. Grab. Shimmy. DP? No DP. I thought they got it. Woo! Wake up DP. I can respect that. I did walk forward. Alright. That's good. Let's go. Oh, good call. Oh. I'm spamming. Is that real? I was spamming jab. That one into command grab is a real thing? Even if I'm mashing jab, that doesn't work? I'm having issue with that sweep right now. Weep. Oh god. I might be dead. Woo! That punishable? Sweep! Good jump. Nice DP. Oh, I'm dead. Number 3. They messed up. They messed up the sequel. Oh god! Strike throw! I was smashing throw as well, but they did the jab first. Good call. Yeah. That feels bad, but you know, a loss is a loss. That's a good match. Actually good Jamie. Actually a really strong Jamie. That sweep I have a big problem with. It seems like all Jamie knows when to use the sweep, and it's kind of scary, not gonna lie. and the sweep on its own already has like a mind game to it. Even if I block the first 2 hits of the sweep, there's a 3rd hit that will punish you if you try to punish the sweep. So it's like a move that's inherently supposed to be punishable, but Jamie has a mix to it. So it's like, it's kind of scary. One of the furthest reaching one. I'm not surprised, to be honest. That shit is wild. It's the furthest reaching one and the most safe in a way, because there's a mix in it. And I doubt. Oh my god. It's all Cammy. It's all Cammy. Yeah, we're very far away. Of course, no one's gonna do it in point blank range. This is Street Fighter. We're playing a footsie game. Of course, everyone's gonna be as far as possible so that people can punish it. Might as well just call it safe. Cammy Fighter 6. 12 win streak? Oh. Yeah, they're ready. Okay, I was too close. You can cancel all of it. If you double tap crouch heavy, you'll be locked in doing a sweep target combo. No one's gonna double tap it. It's so hit confirmable. I'm scrubby. I'm so you know, Cammy is cool and all, but I'm so sick of looking at Cammy at this point. Too much Cammy. I wanna look at someone else. I wanna look at someone else. Fuck me. I don't want to look at Cammy again. I'm getting salty. It was fun to... Okay, you know what? True. But yeah, I'm looking at Cammy, you're looking at Zoroark. Oh my god. That is very true. Would you prefer fighting nothing but JP? At least JP, when they... I'm a zoner, I should be able to fight JP as well. You know what, at this point, I'll take anyone other than Zoroark, okay? Zoroark's hot and all, but man. I'm not even finding the match anymore. Come here. Woo! I cannot react to Spin Knuckle at this point, it's kinda sad. I'm gonna try. Do it. I'm not trying. Oh! Braid! Oh! Braid! Hi, Mika. Loving the mods you make. A? Ayo? Oh god. Do it. My leg. I'm jumping away. Bonus yours. Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Am I scrubby? Am I scrubby? I'm scrubby and I'm dead for it. Let's go. No. I regret. Ow. Safe. Hey, you. Oh! I'm getting read like a book. Alright, all good. You know what? Let's play some other characters for a little bit. As much as I feel Hexorus is my favorite Pokemon, I want to look at Garchomp a little bit. Or Juri or Sanazzle? Maybe I should play a little bit of Sanazzle. You know, I do miss Sanazzle. And then we have a guest character. Guest character Bowser. Guest character in Pokken Tournament 2. I should open up the lights. It's getting dark. Give me a second. I love Pokemon with long thick tails. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you what I've been doing with Hexorus. You know what? It's worth going back to the character select settings a little bit. Knowing Hexorus is such a thick tail, I love it. Where's Squeal? Yeah. Just spam down like kick. Just spam down like kick. You can have a good time. You're gonna be so happy. Look at this. It's so good. The wiggly tails. It's so good. You're aware of this? Good. Very good. It's too good. Also, another thing I found with Koraidon is also really good. It's just a full quote unquote full screen sweep. Gonna love a full screen sweep. God, I love all these mods. Having a tail will feel good. Always. Also, I'm not a Ken player. I do not know how to play Ken. Yeah, look at that full screen sweep. Imagine if Tail has a hitbox or hurtbox. Broken. Just do this. You're gonna win. It's like every day. I want a Tail. Honestly, I do. What if a tail? Mods would work online if I did that. True. Don't do it. Don't do it. Sazzle feet now? Sazzle feet?
I've been a failure, I've been a success. Break it down in the sound of depression.
私の出番だね
I realize I gotta kill on my blessing.
Yeah, if you do that, might be a little too much. Like too much work. I want the tail so bad. I know, right? Mood, me, same. Alright, how do I play Jury? Jury, just do this. It's actually. Why are you so slow? All good, all good. I just want to do level 2 combo, honestly. That's a nice combo, right? But then again, I can never do this online. Like, on the real match is too hard. Alright, ready to play some Salazar. Oh yeah, also look at this. After Jury's level 1, oh god.
Here comes a new challenger.
The unique idol stance makes the neck break, and I love it. It's so funny. Lick.
Round 1. Fight.
After spun. I'm playing Guile. I'm doing Guile input. Help! I'm actually doing Guile input. Ow. Where's my DP? I'm gonna cry. Let's go. I'll take that. Tell enthusiast, free VTuber and game modder in the one cringe package. Be cringe, be free, honestly. There's nothing wrong with being cringe, to be honest. Ooh. Hey man. Okay, too much. Nope. I'm doing flash kick. I'm actually doing flash kick. I'm gonna cry. Okay, all good. I press button. I don't even know how to play Jury anymore. I'm sad. Deep. Help. Help. I was spamming DP. Help. Wait, that's not punish. Don't drink. That's not it. I was spamming DP. I was anyway. That's a combo. I'll take it. I'm doing jab me to flash kick. I'm gonna cry. No, I'm playing flash kick. I'm not playing flash kick. I'm playing jewelry. Salazar, sorry. Delayed too much. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh. Oh god. Level 3? That fucking made me jump. Oh my god. Oh, only the first Rekka? Okay. My man! I hate it here. I don't know how to play Jury anymore. Oh god, help. Alright, you know what? DP! I'm dead! Let's go! Jury, extend your elbow just a little bit longer, please. I guess it's not that punishable. Good DP. Going in! I missed up. Oh, you actually... Good call. Actually, good call. How do I step in? I don't know. Don't drink! Don't drink! Nope. Oh, good grab. Oh, that's actually really good. I try to do something cool. I don't know how to play this game. I don't know how to play this game anymore. How do you play Street Fighter 6? I don't know. Maybe I need to do this because jab is shorter, I think. Do you know how to do Jury Fireball plus Drive Rush String thing? Nah. I don't know. Big TD gift? Oh my god.
The pleasure is mine. 楽しめそうじゃん。
Let's go, Salazar. I got a sweep. You like parrying, don't you? Oh god. Don't jump. Don't jump. That's not a jump. Don't jump. Help. I really don't know how to play this game anymore. Oh god. Help. I'm just a lizard though. I'm just a lizard, I don't have to dance. Help. Oh shit. Jump. Jump. Oh, that's a combo. Nice. You wanna jump? Do you wanna perhaps jump? Ugh. I'm trying my best. Oh shit. Goodbye world. It's nice knowing you. Oh! Oh! You think I'm panicking? Nah, that's... Guys, how do I explain this? How do I explain that my my level 3 became another jump? How do I explain this? Guys, help. Quite slow because I can jump all of it. The eye. Oh my god, I can't even do the basic combo. Should jump. You should jump. Another one. No, I cannot react to DI anymore. Deep. That's punishable, right? Help! What a DI, man. Five medals on one round.
I would love if you took this a bit more seriously.
5 medals in one round. How do I play this game anymore? I should drop rush more. I believe this medal is like, how the fuck is this guy platinum? I'll take the win, I'll take the win. I'll take a round, I'll take a round. A round, I got a round. They always pick up jab. Help. Wake up DP and I'm dead. Fantastic. It would never not surprise me. Oh, Nelly! Don't kill me! I'm just a lizard. Manon. Manon is scary, kinda. Look, guys, look. Look. Today is not Sanato's day, alright? Have I ever told you about Garchomp? Let's play some Garchomp. Did that match with Sanato happen? I don't know. I didn't see it. I do Jury, this one is good. I do pressure with this. What's up, what's up? I played some Marissa last night and she finally clicked with me. She's so fun. She's mega fun. Near full screen light fireball plus strike rush into any confirm into a block. The fireball should hit roughly same time as your poke. Near full screen, right? Wait, something like that, I guess?
Here comes a new challenger.
I'm not gonna complain if I look at Manon. But then again, Manon is not a Pokemon. How do I play Marissa? Don't do flash kick, alright? I'm not playing Wheel anymore. Let's go. Let's go. A Zibuli. Mercer feels good. Going in! Don't grab me. I'm scared. Please do not touch me. Damn it. Oh, going for the hard combo? Damn. I can respect that. I jumped. I didn't jump. Oh god, level 3? No, level 3? I'm gonna wake up. Armor. Never give up. I gave up. I didn't die from that?
I would love if you took this a bit more seriously.
I didn't do it. Nope. Fantastic. Oh, good. That's painful? I don't think so. I pressed it though. Fantastic. Nope. They're gonna grab me. I'll grab my undead. Range. Not this time, buddy. Just take the kill. Just take the kill. Let's go, neck helmet. We'd love to see it. Neck helmet. Wait, I'm gonna read that afterwards. Bonk. Disrespect. Yeet. Yeet. There was some misinput. I'm too late on that. Don't jump. I'm gonna jump. Let's go, we don't take that shit. No yum. Okay, no yum. No yum. Alright, no yum. Superman Punch. Superman Punch, the sequel. The prequel. Oops. Best punish ever, let's go. Yeet. Don't jump. Oh! Oh! Stop it! I'm just gonna hit you with this. Stop it! Don't! Get out! Don't try it! That's a good combo, holy shit. I'm actually a Marissa main, thank you very much. But did I say I'm a Jury main? Nah, I lied. How do you play Jury? I don't know. Who's Jury again? Being you the CEO? Damn, I didn't even watch CEO. Okay, Kinda nice into a block cause the fireball hit after your poke. Very good if you do things like drive rush overhead. Oh!
Here comes a new challenger.
Can I? You know what? I'm no complaining. No complaining. Oh, it's a big TD Geef again. I know this Manon.
Fight with all your heart.
You bully my jewelry? Now I bully your Manon. Come here! Help. Help. No! You're not supposed to be this good. You want to do that again? Nope. Oh, that recovers so fast. Wrong button. No, you have no health. No more Cammy, just Manon. I'll take it, I'll take it. No more Zoro work though. Can you not? Don't jump. That's a good choice. Don't do it! Yeet! Oh. I tried. Wee! Cake!
Marisa wins.
Hey, Mercer is more fun. Because I'm winning. Don't jump. Yeet! No range. Stop it. No, I pressed the button. You wanna do that again? Pardon my friend, you want to do that again? Oh my god, this guy is insane. Oh! DI! Huh! Help! Am I dead? I'm not dead. Chip, 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 chip. Chip, 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 chip. Yeah! Oh. Good call, good call.
Round 2. Fight.
All good, all good. Not dead, not dead. What is that? I didn't mean to do that. Punch. I jumped. I totally jumped. No fear. Ooh. Yeet. I need to stop doing that. Oh. Dead. Help. That's a gap. That's a gap. Fair, fair. I mean, I'll get punished either way, so.
Manon wins.
And Phantom Darak. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome in. Oh my god, that's so fast. Yeet. Don't do it. Going in. Punch. Neutral jump. Boom. Yeet. Let's go. I came here because I deliberately see myself fighting aka Garchomp. Fighting a Garchomp? Did I fight you? How dare you? Wait, what? No. What do you mean how dare I? I'm gonna fight as a Garchomp. Yeet. Uh oh. I'll do it again. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Punch. Okay. Can you not? Get away from me. Stranger danger. Don't touch me. No touchy. Get out. Oh! Nope, I'm dead. Ow. Ow. You wanna do that again? You wanna do that again? I'm just gonna do this. It's a CA. Yep. Oh, she's not dead. Okay, okay. Shumix, you know what I'm gonna do? Yeet. Come here. I suck. I suck. Fine. I'm Garchomp, aka also known as. Your Garchomp is named also known as. I jumped. Is that only jab punishable? I'm dead. I'm gonna wake up. Armor! Let's go! Armor! Don't even try me. I'm Marisa. I am Marisa. Actually, no, I'm Gacham. GG, good Manon, holy shit. That was beautiful. Focus on the fight chat later. Garchomp tail good? True. Although nothing beats Sazzo tail, I'm not gonna lie. I just appreciate you making all the tail big. Yeah, I saw your post about this, like making Garchomp tail bigger. I'm in love. It's so good. Oh, good call. Okay, you're ready. You're ready. I'm sorry for testing you. Ow. I'm not ready. I pressed a jab and I died for it. Crap. I suck. I suck. When it's Santon, I'm a Garchomp from Malaysia. Oh, hey, yo, fellow Malaysian, let's go. Around Malaysia, Marida kita pergi. Jom. I'm gonna DI this shit. I had enough. Don't jump. Don't jump. You jumped. Ow. I feel I have trouble against Jamie, to be honest. Wrong answer. What is this connection, my man? What the fuck? My man. Not my neck. Not my chest. Jesus. Are you the artist that I saw on Twitter about Street Fighter? I haven't commented on it. It's smart Pokemon to Street Fighter 6. You're doing God's work. I am enjoying Street Fighter 6 more than I ever did. Oh! Oh. cannot react to DI on Raw, to be honest. I'm grabbing again. I'm still gonna grab. Someday. Oh! Okay, good call. When Gachon falls down face first, you get a good view of the thick tail. Yeah. Yeah. It's all about the tail. I don't know why my brain's empty. Or maybe I know why my brain's empty. It's been 7 hours. I've been playing Street Fighter 6 for 7 hours. Don't DI. Don't DI. Don't DI. I told you don't DI. Don't jump. Help! I should have waited. Yeah! Disgusting. Is it on Steam? Mm-hmm. It's on Steam. Fair. Damn. It's a really good dive kick. That was a Superman input. Superman punch. I'm dead. Yeah. You just walk up and grab. I hate. Come here. Wait. Did I just see it right? On level 4, I feel like Jamie's drive rush is actually really fast and far. Didn't check that yet. If it's the MDF file FX, then I might have an issue when I replace the MDF file. Smoky! Oh my god, stinky. Thanks. I'm getting matches now at least. Oh! Smoky, Jesus. Stinky! Holy shit. How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This is the thing. This is the thing. Not complaining. This is great. I messed up! Combos? Nice combo. Jump in. I died. Wrong answer. Trade combo? I'll take it. Probably gonna put on Jamie, so it'll be a while before I have to deal with that. Fair, fair. Whew. I grabbed. Wrong answer. Help! I'm dead! I'm actually dead! I'm the right one, by the way. If you don't know. This is jank. I love it so much. Help. Safe jump? Alright. Plus. I'm dead! Level 3? Oh, you don't have to do me like this, man. Jeez. Alright, good shit, good shit. Not my neck. That's my neck! You're going for the kill! I messed up. Gonna do parry? You gonna still parry, huh? I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Don't parry! Ugh. Don't jump. Told you don't jump. Miss input, I'm sorry. Ooh, I'm dead. I should do that more. Safe jump. Help! You know what I'm gonna do? Where's my armor? I press a button. It's a setup. It's a setup. Level 3? There it is. Alright, 1-1. Not my neck. Superman. Oh. Scootum. Oh. Heal now. No, I'm actually dead in less than 10 seconds. Come here. I lied. I never die. Come here. Don't jump. Good grab. Oh! Don't jump. Level 3? I pressed that wrong button. All good, all good. Needs more shiny. Oh my god. If I anti-air that, I won. But then I pressed down medium kick instead. And unsee from watching this, I love it. There's no need to unsee. You need to see more of this. Hello? That's all good. Wi-Fi? Oh god, alright. Oh no, oh no, this will be my last match. This is gonna be my last match. Okay, I'm done. Oh god. I don't want to learn Blanca matchup. Are you? No. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm drunk. Oh. Oh, there's a command grab. Okay. Oh, that's actually way faster. It's like there's no recovery on that. Yeah, I said that for a reason. I do not know what to do against Blanca. Oh. I should have charged it. I need to react to DI, honestly. That's a cross up! I'm gonna try. I pressed DI a little late. Don't. Oh my god, I was waiting for it too. Okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna wake up DI. I have no health. I have no health and I still wake up DI. I'm stupid. Alright, here we go. Gonna jump. Sorry, I don't know how to punish that. Best punish ever? Let's go. Don't jump. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, I cannot react to this fucking command grab. Splat? Crush? What? I should have charged it. Come and grab. I cannot even DI once. I'm too slow. That's not a cross up? Oh my god. This character, I swear to god. It's a push queen sweep. I can't, I'm gonna cry. Oh god. Is there a way to punish that? Look at my drive gauge. I'm getting bullied. Oh my god, that's jank looking. Perfect parry. This is E Honda again? Oh my god. Burn up. Okay. Okay, I read that in the clutch moment. We've killed now. Let's go, jump back! Thank you, Joe. Oh my god, that was clutch as hell. Thank you, Joe. You get the smooch. Huh. I cannot react to DI. Ooh. Ow. I'm gonna jump. I'm not gonna jump anymore. Nope. Let's go, Mom. Mom, give me a second chance. I threw it away. I grabbed it. Mom, give me a second chance. Less punishable than Honda. Okay. Do you think Garchomp enjoys having a longer tail than usual? I cannot say for Garchomp for sure, but I sure do enjoy having longer tail. It's an easy choice. I cannot react to DI. Whew. I'm getting bullied. Oh shit. Not this time! Give the neck. That's good damage, right? Oh my god, what the fuck? You will wake up command grab? What is your... Oh my god, this guy's... Oh my god, you know what? I accept defeat. I will absolutely accept defeat. But this man right here... Wake up! Command grab! I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Yes. Alright, last one. 2 more, last one, no more, last one, 10 more, last one. Nick, when I set on my tail, my measurement is usually to go as long as they are tall. Oh!
Here comes a new challenger.
So like a tail is the whole body, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, it's a Jamie again, hi!
Round 1. Fight.
Sweep! Come here. Good check. Had a feeling. Had a feeling. I love when a tail is as big as a creature they're attached to. So much to feel though. If I had it myself, yeah, I know, right? Honestly, just having big tails in general, good. I didn't duck the second hit. Good call. I'm dead. Nice, they don't know to punish. Good jump. Let's go! Zorak's tail added is also about as long as their height. Didn't you add like a extra tail for Zorak? Because originally Zorak doesn't have a tail, right? Which really shows like, oh my god, Zorak doesn't have a tail. That's cursed. That's a hair, not a tail. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. I got the eye. Who? Good check. That's not real. Don't jump. Don't jump. Armor. That's my leg! Armor. Oh, that's my leg! Armor. No, I jumped! I'm panicking! It's falling apart! I lied! I'm gonna hit them with an audible mix-up! Objectively better design with a good butt swisher, I know, right? Honestly, a creature with good tail is a to die for. Good TP. Yeet. Wrong answer. The eye. It's the salty that matters. The salty that matters. Tails are really weird if you think about it. Long, thick appendage attached to your butt. Part of why I like them so much. Just something about tail is so appealing. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, right? The more I think about it, the more I feel like I need a tail. Like, imagine if the tail... how would you... I wouldn't ask how would I sleep, but then again, I would just hug my tail and sleep. Oh my god, I want the tail so bad. Why? I also find way more people who think having a tail would feel good more so than other body parts. Like, people want wings, but not because of how it feels, but to fly. People don't think about the feel good factor. Of course, having wing is good, being able to fly, but do you have the muscle to handle the wing? I want the muzzle first and foremost before a long tail, I think. I just want long tail. Look, my snake model, okay, my snake model used to have huge tail, but I kind of just lowered it down a little bit after a while. Maybe I need to update some of my models. Update the kobold, so that the kobold is like mega tail. Or even my latest dragon. Maybe. Do you want the muzzle because how it feels, or for other users? For reasons, I mean, if Narix didn't mention for reasons, then probably it's for other users. Probably. I mean, to be fair though, having a tail is like, it's not only just feel good. With tail, you can hold things, right? you can coil things up if the tail is big enough. My running theory is that the position of the tail is important to that the idea that it would feel good. Fair. It's a good point. The general curiosity behind how it feel and all that. Thanks, elongated jaw, nose bridge, long tongue. Long tongue. Also to know how much your vision is obstructed by it as well. Oh yeah, I never thought about it. Yeah, you're right. Like, look at Garchomp here. How would Garchomp look? how would Garchomp the vision? Oh sorry, 60 we can win muzzle. Oh hey yo!
Here comes a new challenger.
Our first Guil of the day? Make chat weird, I'm just obsessed with tail. The idea of having a tail and how good it would feel? Hey, don't worry about it. Weird is good. This kind of weird is all good. Shooting! Okay, good call. This guy knows. What? I cannot cancel that one. Oh, that looks good. That's a trade combo. I'm gonna cry. Oh, this guy. Yeah, I tested you. I deserve to lose for this. Oh, that's cool. That's a strong wheel. That's a strong wheel. I don't know what to do against that. The crescents are on point. That's not it. They know. Whew. And with a thick tail, they just replaced my butt entirely. I mean, don't like look at Hexorus here. Doesn't Hexorus already has that? Good. Oh my god, it's so on point, it's so scary. Good grab. Help. Crescent. I'm gonna grab you. Enough of that shit. I messed up. I hit it here. Ugh.
What happened to last one?
Did I say last one? That didn't happen. You didn't hear that. Woo! Did I say last one? Did I? Did I? I don't know. Oh god. I don't know if I hear any last one. Good kill. That's very scary. Good kill. Wait. Oh god. No. Wait a minute. I need to check the time actually. Fucking, it's already 8. I cannot believe it. You know what? Before I end, for good measure, we all need to look at this, alright? Oh no! Well. This calls for more matches, don't you think? Hi, Tarsnick. For good measure. Alright. Hey, Tarsnick, look. Everyone, look. It's the tail. Welcome to tail stream. Imagine stopping? Nah. Stopping? I don't know what that is. Tailstrom. Hi, Tarsnick. Hi, Mr. Musty Husky. Welcome in. How was Tears of the Kingdom? I know this, Jamie. Don't jump. My leg. I press button. To confirm. My leg. My body. They didn't believe. Good call. It's so fast. It was good. That's good. 6.5 hours. Damn. Speaking of, I want to play Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow as well. Hell yeah. How do you punish that shit? Why are you ducking? Superman punch. Another. Nope. Good grab. Oh, I'm dead. Level 3. The jump in, I swear to God. Come here, let's go. We take those. Spin like at least half underground. Oh yeah, the cave dwelling in the game is really fun. Good check. Not worth the bar, they say. Should be. ahead. Level 3. Too early. Good grab. I ducked. They know. Come here. Don't do it! Oh shit! Nah! Don't do it!
Jamie wins.
Good call, good call. They DP at a really nice timing, not gonna lie. But yeah, tossing. I'm glad you're having fun. You had fun with fucking Tears of the Kingdom. Also, welcome everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I like fighting games, and I do art occasionally. Dash under? Nice. Yep. Okay, good call. Come here. Don't. Oh, I was waiting for it too. Get robbed! Oh yeah, get robbed! oh yeah! Ow, that's a good button. Whoa, wait, that's not meaty now? They were checking. I press one. I press one. What you gotta do? What you gotta do? Let's go! Oh shit, that's cancelable? Wait! Whoa, that button is cancelable? Oh my god, that's a long-reaching cancelable kick. That's actually kind of scary to be, I'm not gonna lie. That move is cancelable. I guess I learn new thing every day, huh? I can do anti-air now. I've been flabbergasted. Yeah, that's a plus. Armor doesn't work. Come, armor. Good DP. Disrespect. Nice. Ah, sure, level 3. Mommy. Superman. I press one. Gutom. Superman. You know, I hate it when that happens, to be honest. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. When I input it back, and then did Superman punch, it comes out as fucking level 1. I need tail to cool me off. Good try, thank you. I'm gonna get some rest if loading your stream. Thank you, Tosnick. Appreciate the raid. Go take care of yourself. Post stream can everything. The face. Surprised to see quite an amount of Jamie here. Safe? Whew, I cannot cancel the button. Only jab punish more, I think. Damn, that's sweet range, not gonna lie. No! There we go, we take those. Help! I want a refund? We take those. Don't TT. My man. My man. Okay, so EX Palm is very safe. As shown. Combos, you got those? You missed? Oh my god, my jab is slow. Okay, you know what? I think Marissa's down jab is 4 frames. 5, sorry, 5. I think. I'm not too sure. I forgot. Jamie App Liquors, I'm gonna what are those names? They know. No one's gonna do palm at point blank. No, absolutely no one's gonna do that. I made platinum, no one's gonna do that. We take those. Marissa around. Fair enough. Am I dead? Damn, that one time I didn't try to grab, they grabbed. I was so pissed at the sweep 4 times I didn't even punish that shit. I don't think this kills. I could extend it more. Okay. rat? Okay. Double? Okay. Oh shit, okay. I'm sorry for testing you. I'm dead for this. Uh-oh. Oh, it's double cuddle circle back. No forward. Ah! That hurts, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. It's back, not forward. I did level 1 instead. I forgot. I forgot about the level 2. I thought it's like, oh, maybe it's forward. But no. It's backwards. Hey, Koraidon, nice. He's not Ken anymore, he's Let's go, Koraidon. God, you're so perfect. I cannot react to DI, let's go. Sure you can. Wake up jab, let's go. Again! Superman punch becoming level 1 is such a common thing now. I cannot react to it. Strike throw. Yep. I cannot react to DI. I think I'm playing this for 8 hours is impeding. Impeding. Look, I'm hungry, okay? I should go get some dinner. Mega sweep. Oh god. Ugh. Hi, Trevor. Hi, Trevor. Wait, listen. I cannot look. Give me a second. I dare to jump. Oh my god, my anti-air is slower. This guy throw every time? Trevor, the higher girl? Sorry if I butchered your name. Thanks for the follow, welcome. Oh god. I love strike throw. Nice sweep. That's a good answer. I haven't reversed the eye even once. Oh! I pressed it! Nice. Jabbing. The eye. Oh, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. Right. That wins. Oh no, I'm getting danced on. Fair? Sweep. Oh, too far. Good call. I wasn't patient enough. You got it? Nice. I'm here with toss if I have to follow a wild abandoned beam. Okay. Thank you. I'm a lurk when I get some EPs, but have a wonderful stream. Thank you. Appreciate. Hope you have good sleeps. I'm gonna play a few more. That's not it.
Here comes a new challenger.
I think this is the same Jammy as the last one. The one that spams sweep and I didn't punish? Yeah, it's that one. This time I'm punishing with sweep. With my old sweep. This one. Alright. I'm showing you the button. I know what I'm gonna do now, alright? What the fuck? Are you saying that it's not fast enough to punish that shit? Messed up the combo. Not this time, I'm killing you. Oh shit. Good. Only one time? Damn. I forgot. Fair. Too far. Overhead, good call. Sweep. Nice, good anti-air. I messed up. Overhead. Nice. Overhead. I cannot anti-air like I'm crazy. Oh god, I'm dead. Damn, I can anti-air even once.
Jamie wins. Round one. Fight.
I think my brain's shutting down. Okay, you know what? I think this is a good place to call it a day, you know, after this match. Alright? My brain's actually shutting down. This is bad. Okay, yeah. Good check. Yeah, show the button too many times. Overhead. Overhead. Yeah, I cannot react to jumps anymore. This is bad. What? Really? Damn, what a read! You know what? Maybe I'm trying to bait the DP out too many times. Now they got it. So I think good call on them. Good call on them. Overhead. Overhead. I assure you, the one time I'm not. Yep, see? The one time! This guy's a god of all reads. I cannot downplay that shit. Oh, there's two of them. Good call.
Jamie wins.
Yeah, this is bad. I cannot even react to an anti-air. One more? One more? One last one. One last one. for realsies, last one, alright? The for real last one. The forbidden for real last one. Last one, okay? Truly the last one, alright?
Round one. Fight.
Whoa! I'm plus.
Round two. Fight.
Oh. Nice. I deserve to lose. You know what? We take those. we take those. We take those. All right, don't complain. We take those. Okay. Do not complain ever. I think that's very mad punishable. I could be wrong. Ooh. That's pretty fast. Plus. Don't jump. Don't jump. You jump. You neutral jump twice. You baited me. Christ. Okay. They were waiting for it. They were sitting down there for 10 years. I grabbed. I didn't grab. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. We take those. Okay. DI? Damn, that's a trade combo. Good backdash. Damn, the wall pressure of this guy is insane. I cannot let this guy have the wall. They know what they're doing. Wrong button. One more? Help. War's yours. Oh god. No. Don't hit the wall. Oh. I messed up. Oh my god. You let me out? I'll take it. Why are you buffering? Why are you buffering? Oh god, my leg. Oh, I'm dead. Good shit. Oh, hi, Sawadask. I'm not dead yet. Mom, give me a second chance. I'm not gonna throw it away. Let's go. I swear to God, holding back and do Superman punch afterwards will always give me level 1. And this you're the only one. You're one of the only folks on my friends list who plays. Oh, you play Street Fighter 6 as well? Oh, that's cool. We should brawl sometimes. Although I believe our netcode would be pretty bad though. Where are you from again? Not Malaysia, right? USA? Yeah, I'm from Malaysia. But hey, I play with a few USAs. USA person, Europe, where else? Australia. They're all like trying to ping or something. It's kind of okay, you know. Not the best, but it's playable. Yeah, we should play sometimes. DP? No DP. I say DP, you little shit. Oh my god, streamer bot, I swear to god. They suddenly have solid defense. I'm very afraid. Nope. Oh god. My stream just... my OBS just like died. Is my stream still going? Is my stream still going? I don't think my stream is still going. Okay, OBS dead. My whole PC's died. I think my whole PC's dying. DJ's kicking around like a fire. No! My PC's dying. Did I open too many things? No, right? I mean, I know my PC is not the best, but still, this is a little too much. You're back? Okay, thank God, but the screen is like mega jank on my end. my screen is like super mega jank. I can't see shit. It's so small. What the hell? Why is the screen so small? Oh no, what is this? Oh no. What the fuck? Yeah, my PC is like absolutely dying. Dude, connection! Stay at the corner! I'll just take the kill. Roll back! Roll back! Oh, you guys can see the screen? Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, my PC is like super close to dead. Super close to being dead. I cannot anti that. Ooh, that's jank. That's fast. Nice, I'm dead. Nope, mom, give me a second chance. All good, all good. All good. That's a cool taunt. I never. Okay, this is the first taunt ever in my entire Street Fighter 6 session. I'll give you a like for that. Hell yeah, that's bold. Okay, okay, time to stop. All right, I've been here for 8.5 hours. Okay, my brain doesn't work anymore. My PC doesn't work anymore. Time to stop. All right, it's a sign. That's not it. Okay. That's a nice combo, right? If only I can do it in a real match. If only I can do it in a real match. How are you doing, Tylra? Oh, yeah, my PC is so dead. Okay, okay, time to stop, time to stop. My OBS is like, please, please stop. Please. Okay, okay, we good, we good. I played for 8.5 hours. I had fun. I had my fair share of fun. Hell yeah, man. My OBS screen is like tiny. Mega small. I can't see shit. I can't. Do I dare though? Do I dare to open up 3D software? You know what? I dare. Fuck yeah. Let's do it. Why not? Right, let me close this shit real quick. Give me a second. Let me set things up. Real quick, real quick. Let me open up 2 things that's needed. I love how my PC is like dying and I'm still doing this. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Alright, just a second. Just a second. Am I here? I think I'm here. Yeah. Yeah, am I big? I'm very big. Okay, good. my look, legit, my OBS screen is tiny. I cannot see anything. I can still see the chat though, so all good. Right? Chat is still there at least. Alright? All good. Don't worry about the front noises. It's just it's just It's just opera things. I had too much fun. I had too much fun to a point where my OBS dead. Alright, all good. I wanna eat. It's 8:35. I wanna eat. I am very hungry. Okay, I'm looking at my own. Oh, my stream is still going. Okay, good. Hi, Precky. Although the subtitles are gone. Yeah, wait. No, subtitles are still here. Okay, good. I rated BB yesterday, I think. I couldn't read Remy. She's doing the summer subathon thing, right? Yeah. Never really get a chance to rate her, and now I think it's a good chance to do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay, all good. Now I'm not even gonna plug anything. My brain is just gone at this point. It's like all the hunger sets in, and boy oh boy, my brain is like goodbye. It's time to yeet myself to bed, huh? Okay, I'm just gonna type in the rate immediately. All good. Ooh. Bird. Breeze. Alright, I'm rating her. I'm gonna rate. Tomorrow I'll play more. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna play some Tears of the Kingdom. Alright, I'm gonna play some Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything. Okay, all good. I'm just gonna rate now, okay? So, before the rate, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you, right? I know my brain is gone already, but excuse me, right? Know that you guys all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable, right? Love you all. And here comes the rate to Remy. Bam. Hope this still works. Okay, the rate still works. I am so scared because now OBS is looking so jank. Oh my god. Oh shit. I can't believe it. You know what? I should probably just press the rate now button. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna press the rate now button. So see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Bye bye. I'm gonna save my PC real quick. Alright.